That's all right.
Check, check.
Thank you. Jeez. Test, test. All right, can I get all my tacojas up here? You know who you are. Morning, Jeff. That guy right there. Calling all tacojas. I'm missing some tacojas. Come on. Come on, nephew, step on it. Get up here, little chicha. All right, come on. You ready? Come on up. Honey Wash Day. As usual, we're starting right on time. We have no changes in the schedule, which is all a lie. We're going to start out this morning doing opening prayer and do a blessing, and then we have Chairman Crawford with the Forest Potawatomi tribe that is going to do some talking up here, so we'll get this started. So, all right, brother, you ready?
Tuka Shila wa Kantanka Hihani Kile Betu Washte Wanji Iwachi Uniapi Hechel Daku Washteshte Hechela Unkaki Papikre Na Unkiapo Medakiasi.
You pray. Hold that, point at that right here.
Atacojas, they'll be walking around giving every blessing everybody. I think it's too early for even OJ this morning. Oh, Lila Wopila Chichiapa, Madakes.
Good, come right here. You go there, and then if you hold this right in the middle. Okay, hold on.
Hola. Wachekiayo, Wachekia Machbia Tioba Wichoni Heonilelo Wakantanka Ichachawa Wowiwayelo Wachekiayo Wachekiayo
Okay, you can go ahead. Thank you. Thank you. You know, as I said yesterday, we do a lot of talk about tradition, culture, and our language. So it dawned on me that we talk a lot about it, but we don't show how we're working with our future generations to carry on our culture, carry on our songs, carry on our language. So thank you both, all three of you, 4 of you, and 5 of you. You can go in. Go ahead. You can go to Mom. Oh, you're gonna hang out again? Okay, sounds good. Now I'd like to introduce Chairman Crawford with the Forest County Potawatomi tribe. You know, I told him already, standing there, that we've been a lot of places, and this place is just amazing. The staff, whether it's the AV, whether it's the boarding, the hotel people, or even the ones that put this here. We had dinner here last night. Amazing, amazing people. You walk by, security, everybody's friendly. They're willing to help. So thank you, sir, for really giving us a good time here.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So Bojo Manoa Ben Nitenawe Magadak, James Crawford, Indigenous Kash, Ganoan Dodam, Grandin and Dochpiach, Bodwe Wadme Nishnabe and Dow. So good morning, everyone. You know, Chairman Crawford of Forest County Potawatomi, I appreciate all you being here. You know, this is a very important time in for all of us, election times that come around, and then we as Native peoples have got to learn to get out, and vote. Let your voices be heard. And so I'm just honored and glad to be able to be a part of this, glad to have you here. I hope everyone enjoys themselves. If you need anything, let me know. But I'll be hiding. You won't be able to find me anyways. But if you do see me, you can ask, I guess. But no, I appreciate, though, everyone. You know, I just got back from over by Congresswoman Moore and Hakeem Jeffries. I just spoke at a little event for them this morning. Yeah, you know, they're fired up and they're ready to get out. And we need to, you know, support the people that we know that support us. And so with that, I'll turn it over to you and just welcome you all again to Potawatomi. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have a candidate. Ben, you want to come on up? One of the things that when we did this, and we started this in 2019, and what we wanted to do is have candidates give a chance to talk about what they're running for, why they're running, and if possible, we want to be able to teach them about Native issues. A lot of times people run for office, and regardless of what you think, all elections are local, but anybody that's in the House or in the Senate, they're the ones that actually deal with our treaties and our sovereignty. So when they're running for office, or even if they're in office, what we want them to do is know that we have issues and that we rely on them once they're elected to look and make sure that our tribes are taken care of. Ben?
Thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Ben Steinhoff, and I'm running for Wisconsin's 5th Congressional District to represent you in the state of Wisconsin in Washington, D.C. For those that don't know where the 5th Congressional District is, it is all of Washington, Waukesha, and Jefferson County, the southern half of Dodge County, and then a little tiny sliver of Milwaukee County. It's a pretty rural district. It's been a very red district. Every time I let people know that I'm running for this district, they always kind of give me a look of sympathy and just say, oh, good for you for doing that. But looking over the last, 40 years of representation that we've had for this 5th Congressional District, we've had 2 Congress members, that's it, over the past 40 plus years. And both of them have been career politicians that really never listened to the community. They would go into the community and they would hear what people said, completely ignore that, go back to Washington, and then, enact policies that benefit them and their wealthy donors. I am a paramedic by trade. I've been a firefighter for a number of years. I've worked in children's hospitals, ORs, ERs, so I know what it's like to serve my community. During the COVID-19 pandemic, I was working in the children's ER. I was working for MedFlight, and in the very few moments that I had for free time, I was also volunteering as a volunteer EMT for my community in rural Lake Mills. I didn't do it because it was fun. Obviously, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we all had a lot of issues that we were dealing with, and I saw a need for an opening in my community, and I answered that call by helping everybody in my community. So after about 2 years of that, our department ended up closing because they withheld funds that actually funded our ambulance, and now they are completely covered by a privatized EMS company, and they can raise their rates whenever they want. That obviously is not something that is going to be benefiting the community of Lake Mills or northwestern Jefferson County, but the city council didn't seem to care too much about that. So that's one of the biggest issues that I'm running on. Because this district is such a rural farming district, I know that it's very difficult to get the health care people need a lot of the times. So I'm running to help reform our police, fire, and EMS systems. I'm running to make sure that we refund those systems so that everybody, regardless of where they live, how close they live to a major city, can have the access to health care that everybody deserves. One of the other reasons that I really wanted to come here today and speak with you and learn from everybody is because I'm not an expert on the Native community by any means. Neither is our current Congressman, Scott Fitzgerald. But one of the first things that I'll tell everybody is that I don't know everything, and that's something that you don't really hear from politicians very often. I'll be the first person to let you know when I'm not an expert on the topic. You can't be an expert on every single thing. Anybody that tells you that is just a liar. So that's one of the reasons that I've been going out to different groups in my community to learn what's most important to them, so I can take those experiences and I can take that to the U.S. Capitol, and we can help make better legislation that helps everybody, not just the top 1%. So I look forward to speaking with everybody and hearing some of the issues that are the most pressing issues for you in the Native community. And as the chairman said, the only way that we can really make true change is by having our voices heard. Right now at my house, my wife has about 30 different volunteers coming in and out of our house right now, going out knocking doors in our community in Pewaukee, making sure that people do have the opportunity to have their voices heard. So it is a very, very important thing, and I've been saying for the entire time I've been on the campaign trail that I would rather have a couple, awkward conversations over the next couple, months, weeks, and now we're down to, the final 2 weeks before the election. So I've been going out to every community that I can, knocking every door that I can, trying to make sure that people know the issues that we're facing right now and know the importance of getting out and voting on November 5th. So thank you guys so much, and like I said, I look forward to speaking with you and finding out a couple of the issues that you would like to have represented in Washington, D.C. Thank you.
I can tell you, I've been doing this for a long time. In Wisconsin, the Native voting age population is equal to or greater than what candidates have won by. So basically putting that in real simple, is that if you vote, the candidate of your choice is gonna win. If you don't vote, then when it comes to dealing with Congress, whether it's the House or the Senate, you're placing our culture, our treaties, our values, you're putting those where we might have to fight harder. I mean, we fight hard every day on voting rights. I can tell you right now, 4 directions. We're in Montana, we're in Arizona, we are in Nevada. In Nevada, we had to have a court case last year, during the midterms, and we had to sue the county of Elko. And they were only gonna have that reservation, and again, it's like 1,200 population there. They were only given 1 day to vote, and that was Thursday prior to the actual election. So they wouldn't even be able to vote on election day. So we had to sue them. And we got more time, but the reason I'm telling this story is that this year, this election, they were given full equality, in which they didn't have to drive 200 miles to early vote. They had a satellite in-person office on their reservation. So, 100 years after they made a mistake and gave us citizenship, they got equality. So we have resilience. We have the ways and the means to do things. And you're always hearing, well, Indians don't care about state and local elections. They're using that only because they set up the barriers so that we can't turn up in numbers. They create addresses where they know we don't have them. I mean, the federal government through the telecommunications was taxing, or you were paying a fee every week, whether it was your landline, your cell phone, your internet, you paid a fee. And on that fee, it was for 911 addressing. And what these states did is they took that money from the federal government, from us, from tribes, tribal members, and didn't do the addressing. What they did do is they required addresses. And they did this knowing that they didn't complete the money or complete the task they were paid to do. And yet they turned around and used it to limit the way and the amount of people that we had to vote. So we're constantly fighting every day to ensure that our people receive equality. So, if I've had a conversation the other night with a non-native, and he basically said, this is, this really doesn't affect me. And he says, what affects me is I go out to my neighbor's yard and I shovel snow and I did a good thing, so that affects me. And I basically told him doing one good thing and letting 100 evil things go by doesn't equal out, and you have to participate and you have to vote. And so, that's the message I'm telling you now. We need to ensure that our tribes, our tribal government, our tribal members really understand how important this is to us as a people. We went 4 years where we couldn't put land into trust, and that really hurt us. We have an administration now, and again, good, bad, or otherwise, that have changed rules, regulations that benefit Native people. I mean, just yesterday you heard about the taxes. I mean, it's amazing. It took over 130 years and them ignoring Supreme Court cases for us to be treated equally as states and county governments. So it's always a fight, and if you think that it doesn't, our lives don't have anything to do with politics, think again. Our law enforcement, the reason we have so many MMIW cases is the fact is that they don't give us our proper funding for law enforcement. The stats that they did, we needed like, I can't remember, $2.4 billion in order to staff our law enforcement properly. That's more than the Bureau gets. I mean, so that's why it's really important, is that we need to ensure by voting that we keep Congress keeping their word and their promises on our treaties. So with that, I think, what time do we got? 10:02. I think we have a speaker. Is Representative Moore here? All right, see? Well, go to the coffee pot. I can talk. But Wisconsin is very, very, very important. And the natives in Wisconsin actually can decide this vote. I mean, every vote's important. But if you hear the polling when they talk, most likely voters, natives are never considered most likely in anything, except for CNN, we're considered something else. But we're not considered likely voters. And so we actually are way under the radar of every pollster. And I don't know, just to kind of guess, how many people here have actually received a call from a pollster on voting? 1, 2, 3, okay, that ain't bad, 4 out of 100, you know, maybe that is working, but they actually don't really count the native vote as being essential in any election. And I'm talking a lot of times, both parties. And I can tell you that the people that have won congressional races, it wasn't because of their parties, it was because of native organizations, natives getting natives out to vote. So, you know, as we move along, that's our most important message here, natives getting natives to vote. And as they say here in Wisconsin, let's go then. Representative Moore, would you like to come up? Or would you want to drink some more coffee? I have heard a lot about you and a lot of issues that you've really championed for Indian country, so I really want to thank you for doing that. It's always good when you see a member of Congress, you can go here, either way. A member of Congress looking out for natives and native issues. And if you need a blanket, we couldn't give them away yesterday. No. Huh. And if I could just take 1 minute and have people come up to the front. I mean, I know it's really cool back there, but we want to be able to show our respect and listen to the Congresswoman. So come on down.
Let them be.
All right.
Let them be comfortable.
No, this Indian way, you got to mess with them.
You got to mess with him. Y'all better do what he say do or not. Because anyway, I am going to be no less honored to be sitting here in front of you wherever you sit, and to let you know that I'm a foot soldier, and I'm just here to report for duty right at this very important time. I understand your get out the vote efforts are aimed at really sharing with people what their skin in the game is, so to speak. Why should you vote? And why should you vote one way or another? Well, I can tell you that I am Gwen Moore, and I represent this district, and I just want to thank the Native peoples who settled this land, you know, whose bones are here, whose spirits are here, for allowing me to stand on their shoulders to be able to deliver this message. And I've always respected the stewardship of our First Peoples as being a whole part of my history as a native-born Wisconsinite. I know you could smell the cheese when I walked in here. But I'm grateful, and I grew up in the Milwaukee area, and I served in the state legislature where there were, and still are, no Native Americans elected. And right along the time that the lottery came around, I was a person who was not elected to anything. 1986, it was on the ballot. I voted against having a state lottery. And then literally that next year, 2 years, I was elected to the state assembly. And this subject of this whole Indian gaming came up after the lottery was passed, for those of you who don't remember, so they claim. But I'm really proud to be serving you in Congress now and really working on some of the main issues that I think really are an hindrance to sovereignty. You know, I appreciate all the efforts that go into respecting our missing and indigenous women and girls, the schools and the closure of those schools, the child welfare bills and judgments. But I'm going to tell you, I'm on the Ways and Means Committee. I'm on the Tax Committee. And that is where I see the greatest offense against tribal sovereignty than anything in the tax code. And I have a bill, and I do have a Republican who, because they're in the majority, gets to sign on to this. But this is something I want you to know that Ron Kind from Wisconsin worked on for the last 10 years. I'm picking up the mantle that I know this is nonpartisan, y'all, but I'm a Democrat, and we're the ones that have been trying to get tax parity to respect sovereignty. Oh, yeah. It's part of the trust relationship. You know, in order for a tribe, a nation to be able to float private activity bonds so that they can build housing or hospitals or other public facilities, they have to come up with this essential government test, functions test. And it's something that's impossible to pass, and it prohibits tribal nations from floating private activity bonds. I have a bill that would change that, and it would be based on a very, very simple, not complicated notion that tribes are sovereign nations, and they have the same sort of status as a state or a city or a county or another sovereign organization, and it's just the facts. Another thing that we think is really important in this bill is to allow not just tribes to do it, these private activity bonds, to let government function to do it. But another thing that enrages me are the dearth of doctors and medically prepared youth that are able to take advantage of the Indian Health Services scholarships. Because guess what? Unlike the national services scholarships available to other students, which are loans or grants that may be provided tax-free, the Indian Health Services are not tax-free. We're taxing young people who are trying to to fulfill a shortage of medical care and taxing them. That is completely inequitable, and it violates all kinds of constitutional provisions, and that is a bill that we are also, that's also another target of my bill. The current pension programs that tribal governments can and cannot provide. Again, the inability of a tribe to provide like a pension for its employees is based on having to pass this very abstract, obscure, obviously obstructionist definition of what might be commercial in nature and might not meet an essential government's test. So, you know, a museum may not meet an essential government test if it's going to also be used as a gathering place, I guess, for weddings. All kinds of ridiculous arguments get life. And so this is one of the things that I want you all to know that I'm working very hard on. Very happy to have this audience. I know you guys, the powwow, we all want to be at the powwow, but let me just tell you, I see firecrackers going off in celebration of sovereignty once we get the tax code right. And I could take a couple of questions if that's okay.
Yes. I have one.
Yes, sir.
Can you take and make sure that Vice President Kamala Harris has that in her policies for Indian country?
You know what? Let me tell you, that's the importance, let me remind you, of electing people up and down the ballot and being strategic. Because I have a focus on Native American countries. I'm so proud to live in this state where there are 11 nations, where I grew up in my community and neighborhood with Native people, learned from Native people about the importance of preserving the nature and ecology and love for staying close to the earth and having clean water, just that value system. And I mean, you know, as a descendant of people who were illegal immigrants, I would say, we were aliens, my ancestors, if you can imagine. As a person who immigrated to this country under circumstances, I just want to say to Native people, thank you for your stewardship. And I have learned so much, and sovereignty means a great deal to me because it's a treaty, y'all. It's sovereignty. Yes, sir.
It really is. Ryan Greedier from the Ho-Chunk Nation. My question to you, Representative Moore, is when you, back in 87, 88, when you first decided to run for office, what drove you to make that decision, and what were some of the first steps you took? Because I know so many people that want to make the change, want to be the change, but don't ever want to run for office because it's hard.
My mother used to bug me about running for office because I used to love to volunteer on campaigns. You know, there was no woman in the state senate, and I would rush out to go door to door. I love doing door to door. I'm 73 now, but I used to love going door to door. It was my favorite thing. And so my mother would say, well, why don't you run for the state assembly? And I would say, no, there's no way I would ever run. She would say, yeah, I think you should run and become a state representative. I said, Mother, I will never do it. Leave me alone. I will never do it. Well, my mother died. And then 18 months after she died, I had this dream that I was standing at a podium, kind of like this, talking. I didn't know what I was saying. And there was this person, Dismas Becker, standing next to me. And I woke up and told my daughter, gee, I had this strange dream. And I described it to her. She said, well, isn't that white man that's our state legislator or something? I said, yeah, Dismas Becker. And she said, oh, I said, that's a crazy dream. Anyway, a month later, he showed up at my office and asked me to run for his seat. And I told him, no, I absolutely will not do it. And then he came back and kept bugging me to run for his office. And at the point at which I said yes, he had followed me into the cafeteria and I was eating tuna fish. And when I said yes, I started projectile vomiting all over the cafeteria. And yelling at my mother, leave me alone, I don't want to run, I don't want to run. And I've been elected ever since.
Yeah, I know. Congresswoman Moore, welcome and thank you for joining us. My name is Scott Veely. I'm the Executive Director of the Midwest Alliance of Sovereign Tribes and a Stockbridge-Muncie tribal member. My president is here. I'm glad to be here and allowed to speak before her. But we remember your days in Madison, and we followed you historically throughout, and we're so proud of you throughout the whole state of Wisconsin. And we know that not only do you represent this Milwaukee and the surrounding area, but all the tribes when the bills come about, specifically H.R. 4524, which is parity for Tribal Law Enforcement Act. If we can ask you to help us get that pushed through in this next session after the break, with this election break. And then quickly to the proposed fiscal year 2025, I know there's a $5.3 billion increase in Indian Health Services, which is fine and dandy for the other 11 regions in the United States, but historically, the Midwest region, our region 5, we're always the lowest funded IHS, Indian Health Service budgeted region in all of the United States. And we've been fighting that for 30-some years, if not longer, that we've been constantly coming to DC, coming to your office, coming to the other congressional and Senate offices, letting you guys know that your area, the Midwest area, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and all the tribes throughout the Midwest, we're the lowest funded Indian Health Services budgets in all the United States. So we have to look at that and see how we can generate getting the tribes more funding. If it wasn't for gaming, our people would be left out, they'd have no health care. So we're certainly looking forward to working with you in the upcoming years, and we're very proud of you, but if we could get some commitments from you for the IHS funding for our region, and then the support to push the HR 4524 through. Thank you, Congressman.
Okay, just let me start with HR 45. I don't know what that is specifically, but as you all know, when I was the prime author of the Violence Against Women Act, we did push through the first fracture in the wall of enabling tribal police officers to intervene in domestic violence, and knew that we had to go much further with regard to parity and equity. I will look at that bill. Sounds like casework and long arithmetic, you know, to discuss changing the formula. It's something that I'd be happy to, you know, I'm not necessarily aware of, but I would invite you to be in touch with the DC staffer in particular. I'll talk to you. I'll just tell you what his name is, Chris Goldson, Goldson. So it'd be Chris.Goldson at mail.house.gov. Good. All right.
Good morning, Congresswoman Moore. Shannon Holsey, President of the Stockbridge-Muncie Nation. Thank you so much for your leadership. We sincerely appreciate from your initiatives for tax parity, from health care to our protection of our women and relatives. Most recently, the Biden-Harris administration took some groundbreaking action with regards to expand healthcare access by covering more traditional healthcare practices within several states. I know that Wisconsin just, thank you for your assistance and your leadership with the expansion of that, so that tribal nations in the state of Wisconsin through Medicaid, Medicare now can receive 100% capture through our FQHC, which is significant, and it will have resounding benefit and impact in our tribal nations. But with that said, I think we're at an era of, sort of like you had talked about earlier with the example about a level playing ground with tax parity and the resources as tribal governments and people that self-govern. I think the same is true of our healthcare systems, which quite honestly have failed us from the limitation to access to resource than how we self-govern, and I could go on and on. But my point is so it is being piloted in several states, but I am hoping through your leadership, and I know through your platform and your voice, that you will continue to advocate for that, because I think that's critically important. I sort of call this era an era of trusting our own thinking, and we know that traditional healthcare practices are really what is needed. We're all facing the opioid endemic in our communities, and this is another way, a sort of a way to sort of expand how we provide health care and heal our communities. So I'm hoping that you will, if you aren't already, which I'm sure you are familiar with that, if you will continue to support that, because I think that's critically important to all of our tribal nations.
Well, thank you so much. You know, this is not my coming to talk to you, but to get information as well. Because I do think that culture is really important, and culture is exportable, and it can be expanded to benefit all of us. And certainly, lifting up healthcare is something that it crosses all parties, all cultures, everything. And so we've got to have all of healthcare and the scale and scope of it available to everybody. Well, thank you guys for having me. Hey, Brandon, how you doing? You got a question? One more question.
Congresswoman, I'm Levi Rickert with Native News Online. Welcome. I was in the room when you presented kind of an unknown commodity, Deb Holland, at the NCAI back a few years ago, so thank you for that. I have a question. Recent polls have shown that Donald Trump has really siphoned votes, penetrated a little more aggressively into the black community, particularly among men. Native News Online is going to release a poll very shortly, probably tomorrow, that's going to show that he is really capturing a lot of votes in Indian country. What message would you give to the people of color, African Americans, Native Americans, why they should vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump?
Well, it depends on whether those polls are reliable, who they're talking to. I do think that Donald Trump's message of misogyny, appeals that to the extent that it has an impact on anybody. It's like all men, not just black men and Hispanic men, but all men. And it really accounts for a huge gap that Harris has with men, I would think, which is one of the reasons that we're trying to keep the coalition of men who are forward-thinking and not misogynists and not, sort of white nationalists on our side, because there are some very good brothers out there. That's one thing. With regard to black people, I am not sure that some of the polling is not exaggerated, but even if it's not exaggerated, I think people ought to apply the same principle to deciding how they're going to vote as current governor, what's his name, Brian Kemp down in Georgia. They said to him, Governor Kemp, Donald Trump has dogged you, mistreated you, put you at risk, because you wouldn't undo the certification of the electors in Georgia, and you still are going to vote for him? Why are you still going to vote for Donald Trump? And he said, well, because it's a business decision. And so it was the most honest answer that I have ever heard. It's like, yeah, he's dogged me, mistreated me, but, what do I care about? I do care about, the stock markets, the pharmaceutical companies, and the fossil fuel companies having great profits and great stocks. I do care about that. I do care about the $2 trillion that we've spent in tax breaks where 80% of the benefit went to the top 5%. I want to continue that kind of tax policy. I want to continue the kind of tax policy where there's a trailer truck you can drive through loopholes, considering yourself, kind of a small type business, and get all kind of real estate breaks that a homeowner can't get. And there's business interests. And these people who are paying for the commercials about trans people and trans children and trans prisoners, these are people who want us to slow down on protecting the environment. So think about what your interests are. Are your interests making sure your grandmother can get insulin for $35 a month? Or is it to make sure that the pharmaceutical companies can get their profit? Is it your interest, to make sure that that we have an upside down economy where you have all these profits on Wall Street, but Main Street is devastated, where there's no, the Department of Education is gone, there's no Head Start programs, there are no, all of this stuff is scaled back? Or do you want to see a child tax credit that's robust, like the one we had, where we sent even middle-class people a basic child subsidy? Would you rather, is it your business to have that, or is it your business to see Elon Musk be proud? So think, make a business decision when you look at your family and your surroundings and your community. That's a good test. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Love you all. I still got my coffee.
Thank you very, very much. A lot of that was very enlightening to me as far as some of the bills she was talking about. I'm going through the list here. We have about 14 minutes before we do our next panel. So let's take a 10-minute break, and that'll give Michelle a time to get her panel together. And come in here, and we'll hear about from the Wisconsin tribal leaders what's going on in Wisconsin. So Michelle, you got this. All right. Let's take a 15-minute break, but be back in 10. So we got plenty of time because you can actually get lunch, no big deal. So we actually have 2 hours. I mean, you don't have to take 2 hours, but we're in no rush.
Okay.
This is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, because I don't know. I had, okay.
No, we're gonna critique you on this too.
And then you'll be like, okay, please go back in.
Yep, the person there in Hawaii.
question is Halsey, Kakak, LeBeau.
So who's
Albert,
the first
Stevens,
question to?
Crawford.
Okay, then Garrett and Crawford.
And then you.
Okay.
Okay. So you're this by the microphone. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. And then. Actually, you are next to Shannon, so next to Brandon. Yep, so this is Brandon. Do you know Brandon? Chairman Kakak? Larry? Larry. Okay, so then we have Crawford, Garrett. Did you meet and we will see if OJ.
If I can have everybody take a seat, this is going to be a very, very interesting panel. And we have some tribal leaders for, huh? Really? Okay, this is a very non-interesting panel. And, you know, a lot of times when we were just talking about Capitol Hill and, you know, hitting Congress and stuff, and I can tell you, regardless of organizations, lobbyists, whatever, when you go to Washington, they want to talk to the tribal leaders. And so what you're going to get is different perspectives from different tribes and what's going on in Indian country. And we got marvelous people here, known them for years, and they're always doing good for the people. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Michelle and let her take and grill these people.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Hurst. I'm Stockbridge Muncie Mohican, and I am with Four Directions, and I work in their Midwest field coordination for the Get Out the Vote in various campaigns. So thank you, everybody, for coming. I appreciate this. So just with some introductions here, I would like to first introduce the Honorable James Crawford, who is the chairman of Forest County Potawatomi. The Honorable Ryman LeBeau, Chairman of Cheyenne, oh, I'm sorry. S. Garrett Ranville, the Honorable Chairman of the Sisseton Wahpeton Oyate. the Honorable Gina Kakek, Chairwoman of Menominee Nation. The Honorable Brandon Yellowbird Stevens, who is the Vice Chairman of Oneida Nation. And then we also have Larry Wright Jr. joining us as the Executive Director of the National Congress of American Indians. Thank you. Tribal leaders. So today, what we are going to be discussing is tribal civic engagement, which is the active participation of Indigenous people in the political, social, and cultural affairs of their nations and organizations. Native nations are building a future for their communities with foundations of tribal knowledge and alliances, and civic engagement is both an individual and a collective effort. So with that said, I would like to ask each of you, and if we could just take 5 minutes of your time to explain to me and us and the greater Native communities why civic engagement is important and what your perspective is for your community and the Native communities at large. So we will start with you, Chairman Crawford.
All right. Well, civic engagement is extremely important for Native America. I spend a lot of time in DC. I probably get yelled at for being there a little too much, but what our people don't understand is that's where everything happens. Me sitting at home and running a meeting about whose tree gets cut down or whose road gets put in isn't gonna push my tribe forward. And so the value is you get out there and you know these people and you build relationships because these people are there for years and years. And so when you start building that relationship, that's how you get things done. When they understand who you are, they know that face walking through the door, that's Chairman Crawford. Sit down and talk with them. And they're more apt to listen to you if they know who you are. And so it's so important for us as tribal people to take the initiative to go out, to sit down with our representatives, not even just only from our states, but from our state, but from every other state. There's people out there really on both sides that if you can find them, they will help Native American. And we need to make sure that we are putting our efforts forward, that we are promoting Native America. That's it. Then when I go out to DC, I'm pushing Potawatomi. That's it. And so keeping that perspective allows me then to hopefully build bridges between these two parties, because that's really what we need to do. Both sides will have people that probably aren't going to help us in certain things, but the other side will help us, and vice versa. It's going to happen that way. If you don't have the relationship to work on both sides, you're not going to succeed. And so it's so valuable for our tribal leaders to be down, knowing our people even in your state capitals, all the way down to Washington, D.C. I can't express that enough to all my tribal people, that's where everything happens. So that's my perspective.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I think, coming out of COVID, with all the resources available to tribes right now, there's so much out there, and it's really important to be engaged in DC and going after all the available resources. And in my experience, the other thing too that I would say really helps to move the needle in DC is and I would encourage other tribes of other states to go together collectively. Chairman LeBeau and I ran into each other, and we've been having a law enforcement issue, particularly with large land-based tribes in South Dakota. And we're starting to move the needle because we're united. We're carrying the same message, and they're listening. We went early on when we all came into this, we talked about unity and standing together, the Great Sioux Nation. When we stand together as a Great Sioux Nation, people listen and people do what we ask, I guess, So it's important to stand together, but it's also important to go there and advocate for your particular communities and your people. And, like all the other tribal leaders, we catch heck from our membership for traveling out there, but right now is just such a opportune time for tribal leaders to be there. Like I said, there's just so many resources, and tribes just need to be there and going after every single bit of it. So,
Thank you.
I'm going to take a little historical spin on this. I think that why civic engagement for tribal nations is critically important. It's because historically it always has been. Prior to us having the right to vote as Indigenous people of the original people of this land just a short 100 years ago, historically tribal nations have always self-governed. Historically tribal nations have always had a construct of governance and how they elect their own people to represent their interests. So I think inherently our citizens have always had some inflection of that. We've always been organized that way. And also because we're not just race-based as US citizens, there's duality because we're citizen first and foremost of our tribal nations and as we self-govern. So I think we, from that, sort of lens that we're not just race-based, we're politically based in the fact that representation matters. You cannot address things and the disparities that exist or the challenges that exist in our tribal nations, from healthcare to education to upholding the trust and treaty responsibilities to a gamut of other things. We can't do that unless we elect people that are representative of our needs. And so Indigenous people have always historically even been very strategic in, working across party lines, because as you heard Chairman Crawford and Chairman Ranville talk about, we have to build relationships, we have to build allies, we have to do different things to represent our broad interests, and it starts at every level from local municipalities to county boards to the people we have to deal with to state governments and of course federal governments and federal agency partners. So it really does, and so civic engagement and voting in our communities both is inherent and historical, but also at every level it's really critically important that we continue to implore our citizens to engage in that civic duty, because it's not something that we were always from a sort of a U.S. perspective of this young country, and I say young because we've always been inherent of this. We've governed this continent for a very long time. I think it's really important to remind them historically who they are and their resiliency and why that engagement is so important, because we've done it historically.
Thank you.
All right. Poso and Tanaway Makanak Mashik Mauniwiak. I want to say, thank you. I'm very honored to be sitting up here among some very strong leaders that advocate for their nations. So I'm very honored to be sitting among you all. So when I think about the civic engagement process and I think about Menominee, again, historically, we've always been using that process from treaties, negotiating treaties, and going through some of our darkest chapters of our nation through termination and fighting for our restoration and ultimately being restored as a nation. And so it's important that we continue to make sure that we have space available for us at these tables to speak on behalf of our relatives, our natural resources, our land, our water, our wild rice, our sturgeon, and also to make sure that our youth are seeing that we're active and that we continue to grow tribal leaders in that way. We continue to make sure that we have a space for them and that they see that they can be here and they can represent their nations. So, my man.
Thank you.
Hamadal Kapi, Yuha Chante Washington Apet Chiuzapalo. And I'd just like to add that it's important to be engaged not only on a national level but on a local level, because there's a lot of politics, there's a lot of organizations that you don't think of that they have a voice, they have a little bit of control, and for us on the Cheyenne River reservation, it's the counties. We have these county commissioners, and currently their majority of them are non-Indian, and they make decisions. They have county roads which go unattended, and purposely they say they don't have funds or something, but they're collecting fees. It's not taxes, it's fees. So they're able to kind of switch it up. They can't tax us, but they can give us a fee, I guess, when we go to get our registration. So we have to take control of these things, and it's not just county commissioners, but also the school boards. There's public schools on our reservation. There's 3 public schools, and then there's 2 tribal schools and 1 BIE school on our reservation. And those public schools, the same thing there. There's a lot of non-Indians that are on those boards. I don't know why we allow, for some reason, our communities allow these non-Indians to sit on these boards, and their policies don't reflect our ideas and our teachings and our culture and our values for our people. So a lot of times we need to not only vote for Kamala Harris, but also, get natives in all these positions on our reservations and in our communities. So a lot of times that's what it takes to make the change we want to see for our people going forward. But I wanted to share those things because sometimes we forget about those. Thank you.
Thank you.
Try and add some new stuff, but I think civic engagement for me is learning and education, and it says Ryman says is being a community member, interacting with your people. It's being a coach. It's giving out food boxes, learning and understanding who your people are, and then you get to educate congressmen, mayors, aldermen about your people. But it expands to getting our tribal members involved in the local area as well. We want them on school boards. We want them on commissions, election committees. We want them part of the other communities so they can learn who we are, that we're just like them, but we have different needs, different histories as well. Particularly in Green Bay, we want people who are on the school boards. We want individuals who will help school curriculum be developed, that they're teaching Native histories in a contemporary context, not only in a historical context. So when we have individuals who are civically engaged, they understand the intricacies of the 2 worlds we have to walk in, and how you have to speak sometimes, and how do you have to peer sometimes and speak to their level, really helps engage community engagement, for them to understand that we have common needs and a common future in most cases. So I'd like to just extend that as expanding our knowledge to the surrounding community, so they understand us a bit better, and they understand us rather than fill in the gaps with historical information that was not told by us.
Thank you.
Ditto. I don't, how do you build upon that? But I totally agree. And as the executive director of National Congress of American Indian, obviously our scope is a little different in nature. But as a former tribal chairman, I can relate with all the decisions and issues that each of these tribal leaders are going through. And I think any of them here would say they never aspired or thought they would be in the positions that they're in. And that includes our youth. So when we see our youth here, and we talk about education and learning that. I was also a former teacher, and I taught government and politics and civics to mostly non-Native students. And in my classes, I was chairman at the time and enrolled in a lot of issues and was able to do that to teach non-Natives about tribal issues. And every year had classes that say, why do we have to learn this? And it really comes down to that local level of saying somebody in this classroom is going to be a mayor, sit on city council, on a board of commission, governor, or serve in Congress, or be president. And the first time you learn about Native issues shouldn't be when you get to that office. It takes that education and continued understanding to understand that the unique status that Native people in this country have of being not only tribal citizens of our tribal nations, but the citizens of our state and the citizens of this country. But we know that all of our issues, just like the strength of Wisconsin here and the power of Glitzy and the tribes coming together and showing that unity, and being from the Great Plains, I took my licks working with the Sioux Nation. We were a little small piece in Nebraska in this, but that strength and unity from our intertribal organizations coming together to share the concerns of those tribes in those respective areas, and they're not all the same. But collectively, our voice is stronger. And historically, we've been overlooked because we haven't been engaged ourselves. And knowing, as I shared yesterday, there's 3.2 million natives in this country that are eligible to vote, but only 1.2 million are actually registered to vote. And that collective voice makes a difference. And politicians, they're going to do the work if they know they have the support and they know people are going to vote. And a lot of times they'll just forget about us because they don't think we're unified. They don't think we're going to vote. And I think we've shown that in these last elections about what that difference can make. And we know where our youth are, especially coming out of Standing Rock and that issue that affected the Great Plains especially. We saw that social media engagement from our youth, but we have to help our own youth understand the power of their voice. And it's not just social media, it's the power of the polls. And we know that that's where our biggest strength is, in making sure that all of our people understand the importance of our vote and who to vote for. And in some states that are like Wisconsin, considered a swing state, the game is much different. You take a state like Nebraska that is a solid red state, but we know, tribal leaders know, that we have to have support on both sides of the aisle. So who are the candidates that we're going to vote for that support our issues? And that's an education process. And sometimes it's, how do we help identify that and get that engagement, but helping our own people know how to do that and creating that sovereignty ticket that says, here are the candidates that are running, here are the candidates that are going to support our tribal issues. And as we look at that from NCAI, the strength of the voice that comes together, and as we sit here in Wisconsin again and look at the activity that's taken place across this state, and I've had an opportunity this week to be both part of MAST and down here, that's the difference. And as we elevate that up, especially at the federal level where those decisions are made that affect us most, it's, the power of NCAI and the history of NCAI is that collective voice where we can elevate that and be the megaphone for Indian country. And so in my time in this position, I've taken the priority that, NCAI has long looked just toward Washington, but we have to look toward Indian country as well, and making sure that we're responsive to our intertribal organizations and our individual tribal nations. And as we bring that together, again, civic engagement isn't just on those levels, it's how we come together ourselves, and the power of NCAI to elevate the positions that our intertribal organizations take and want to elevate. We know that Congress, good, bad, or indifferent, right or wrong, looks to NCAI to say, okay, what does Indian country say? And we want to make sure that we are listening to Indian country and we're engaged and we're out here where Indian country is, elevating those voices and creating programs at NCAI to help continue in this process. We're in the middle of a vote, but the next big battle is going to be the census and making sure all of our people are counted and not left out, so we can continue to elevate those numbers and make sure that the country as a whole understands that Indian country, they tried to get rid of us. We're still here, we're still growing, and we're not going to go anywhere. Sovereignty is being attacked on many different levels. It's getting more sophisticated, and it's becoming more and more important that we engage and watch the courts and our strong partnerships with our sister organizations, especially NARF, as they look at election opportunities and challenges and barriers that are put up to prevent our people from voting. So all of these things come together collectively. We can't ignore any of them, and making sure our new voters and old voters understand our native vote matters on every level, and every one of those votes is needed.
Thank you. So thank you for the perfect segue, everybody. So just to piggyback on you, Chairman Crawford, and then also with the ability of what's going on behind the scenes, I'd like to discuss priorities nationally and locally that we are setting aside as nations to move forward in the agenda. Because we as tribal leaders and communities and organizations realize that the real work doesn't happen during the election, it happens after the election. So I'd like to talk about the process of what happens after the election, how you're setting priorities, what some of those priorities are based on the national and your local levels. So I will start with you, if you don't mind, Chairman Crawford. What are important legislative policies and priorities that are going to strengthen the health system in Indian country?
The healthcare in Indian country, that's something, actually, I've been out in DC here recently lobbying for. There's a live bill right now that will amend the Social Security Act that will allow telehealth to continue. And for us, I feel that telehealth is something that's very important to tribal nations, and us as well as many, many tribes. We live off the beaten path a little bit. We're in the middle of nowhere a lot of times. And so finding healthcare providers that come to us that can give us the necessary things that we need can be difficult. And I think COVID showed us when this all happened the value of telehealth care. And for, the things that telehealth care does, it enhances everything that we want to do, even our cultural ways. We can practice those things with someone that we want to get culturally in contact with that may not live in our neck of the woods. Mental health care is such a big issue. That's something that you don't necessarily have to go to an office and sit there. You can get online and you can talk to someone and you can get help immediately. So for me, I've been out on the Hill and I've been trying to continue to build the relationships that will help pass this bill for all of us, because it's really, really valuable, I believe. And like I said, with the whole COVID thing, if that ever happens again, we'll still have it in place then. We'll understand how to use it. We'll understand to do those things much better. So, yeah, I think for us, that has been a really big issue amongst many other issues. But I appreciate getting asked that question so that I could specifically talk to that, because I don't know if everybody understands that that's actually something that is live right now, that is being worked on, and so we need to make sure that gets passed.
Okay. Thank you. And then Chairman Renville, if you'd like to continue on with that, I know that we have talked in the past, and healthcare has been an important issue within your community as well. Could you please expand on that as well?
Yeah, so in South Dakota, with the blessing of the Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association, there's 16 tribes in total, but the 9 particular in South Dakota passed a resolution, actually 2 resolutions, one recent and one about a year ago, to sit down with the state and take a look at what's called an Indian Managed Care Entity. And basically what that is carving all the Native Americans out of the state Medicaid and managing it ourselves. So we've gone down that path this past year, and we're working towards that, and the state's wanting to move forward with that. So this next year and a half, I would say, is going to be a huge priority. One of the things we all dealt with last year was the Brackeen case, and the way I saw it and the concerns I heard from all of the Great Plains tribal leaders, a lot of it has to do with healthcare, mental health, and things of that nature. And so I saw the Indian Managed Care Entity as an extra resource that tribes can basically self-determine, those dollars from the state and run it ourselves, because who knows our communities better than us. And so most recently, you have traditional healing that's been added, and that's something we've been in talks with the state of South Dakota on what does that look like. So we will actually be on the cutting edge there of building what that really looks like for our communities. And so it's something we spent a lot of time, assisted and took the lead on that for the Great Plains, and we've been at that point now where we're need to pick a partner to help us, stand that entity up. As you know, that's a heavy lift, taking Medicaid from the state and all the administrative pieces it takes to make something like that go. We're at that point, and we're about to pick a partner and really build out what those services are. So I'm excited for the Great Plains tribes in South Dakota because it's a huge extra resource to those tribes to continue to build out value-added healthcare services to each community. As Larry mentioned, we're all a little different. The needs in each of our community are a little different, but the overall goal is to go from basically reactive care to preventative care. As you all know, the disparities or inequities we have in our communities when it comes to healthcare. I really believe in the next couple generations that an Indian managed care entity is going to help solve all that. We'll go from some of the worst disparities to I hope the most healthiest people in the world because of that entity and because of that extra resource. We'll be able to plug into all of the needs in our community.
Thank you. So the next priority I would like to discuss is public safety. And President Holsey, I would like to ask you a question about the parity bill, and if you could expand on it. And then I know that Chairman Renville and Chairman LeBeau have also had issues with policing, and if you could maybe, after she's finished, comment and continue on that discussion, I would appreciate it. So with this said, President Holsey, can you please expand on the legislative policy priority regarding the Tribal Law Enforcement Parity Bill to provide enhanced, seamless public safety on reservations and surrounding areas?
Yeah, isn't that a mouthful? Enhanced, expanded. I mean, I think we all realize, I think you heard Chairman Ranville and others talk about, we learned a lot through COVID, but what we also, we call the fentanyl or the opioid endemic, the quiet crisis in Indian country. And as tribal governments and people that are nations, sovereigns that self-govern, it's exceedingly difficult. The Tribal Parity Police Law Enforcement Bill was a proposed bill that essentially was going to allow tribal nations the same police officers or law enforcement, the same parity that you would find with state agency law enforcement as well as federal agency partners. So this was enacted several years ago. We have been advocating it. We still have not quite gotten it past the finish line, but it's incredibly important because it does a couple things. I mean, in terms of just the reciprocity of parity, there's no reason why a tribal police officer who puts themselves at danger, or quite honestly, more danger than perhaps other police officers for the numerous challenges that exist. I'm sure both chairmen will probably expand on that, especially large land-based tribal nations with limitation to resource, and quite honestly, limitations to sometimes jurisdictions, even though tribal nations have historically always worked with not only their jurisdictions, but also other local jurisdictions to offset. For example, at Stockbridge-Muncie, our tribal police officers are cross-deputized, but yet our police officers do not share the same benefits or protections that a county police officer would, but yet we contribute about $1.3 million to offset that need because we understand the need for it. When you see the crisis of the opioid endemic and the challenges of safety, public health and safety in your tribal communities, and then you couple that with the MMIW or MMIP crisis, it compounds it, and it has compounding effects. And there is no reason why tribal nations, even through our trust responsibility with the federal government, shouldn't meet those same standards. So this bill was put forward to bring parity so that our police officers would be stabilized, because I think you'll all agree that it's tribal nations oftentimes serve as training grounds for police officers because we can't stabilize through retention, because what is the benefit? We want them to serve and protect, but there is no general assurance for their families, which is unacceptable. And so that was one of the primary reasons that was brought forward, for stabilization, but also to bring the same protections and benefits any other police officers entitled to in the United States.
Thank you. And then I welcome any of the other leaders to comment as well.
Can you hear me? Okay, there we go. Yeah, and just to add, you know, we prioritize law enforcement funding for tribes because, and I think we'll continue with that, and bills like the Parity Act will definitely help, and we do need more funds to add into our contract with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, so we can appropriately police our reservation. We at Cheyenne River, we got one of the bigger reservations, and we definitely were like the size of Connecticut, and just to cover that amount of landmass is we don't like to say it's a problem, but it is a barrier for our police force, because you get a call out in the districts and you have to respond, and each shift we only have 3 officers on to cover the whole reservation, and that's problematic. And you know, and make it worse, you know, these officers have to respond and drive across BIA gravel roads that are probably the worst in the country, and flying down those roads are hazardous in responding to a call of, you know, domestic violence and things like that. And that really happens, and that happens quite often on our reservation. So we definitely need more funding to fund our officers at higher levels. And we did see, you know, we did see the Congress take that up. I believe one side was had a bit more. I think the House side had a lot more. So they had to meet in the middle somewhere, and hopefully it helps, you know, and it doesn't get soaked up by the OJS, the BIA, because a lot of times we advocate for funding, and it doesn't happen. Congress approves it, but yet you know, we don't see it at Cheyenne River, at Sisseton, you know, at Potawatomi, because our bureaucracies, you know, tend to take those things and use it for something else. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Sisseton, you know, we're a checkerboard reservation, about 900,000 acres, so it's a challenge, as you can imagine, working with different jurisdictions, and as Ryman mentioned, you know, trying to cover that amount of land with what we have. I mean, we're fortunate that we can supplement our law enforcement, but I don't believe that's completely our responsibility, you know, to do that. And so, you know, the other thing I believe President Holsey touched on was being able to keep staff. We lose a lot of our officers to surrounding jurisdictions. They have better pay, they have pensions, you know, so that's something, you know, somebody touched on earlier was pensions, and that's something we're working on. But again, to really move the needle, it's all of us that need to stand together on this issue with law enforcement. We have in the Great Plains, and like I said, we've been able to move the needle a little bit with DOJ. Merrick Garland was out a month or 2 ago to the Great Plains tribes, and they came back to us about a week ago and saying they're wanting to do all they can to help. And so that's a lot of progress. You know, we've come on to Great Plains recently, and the talk was from some of the older tribal leaders that, you know, we've been advocating for this for 20, 30 years, and you know, hadn't gotten much traction until recently. And so, you know, I'm gonna keep trying to promote that we stand in unity when it comes to some of these more important issues in our communities, because that's what moves the needle right now. So thank you.
Thank you. This next question is for Chairman Kakak. Chairwoman, I'm sorry. Can you please expand on legislation policy regarding extractive mining and water protections?
Well, water is our most important medicine. Without water, we don't have life. And for Menominee people, our creation story begins at the mouth of the Menominee River. And we have been battling the Back 40 mine to make sure that our ancestral sites and our ancestral land is protected. And I guess the issue is rooted deep in our tribal sovereignty, for, you know, fighting for environmental rights and respecting our treaty rights. We're also known for our Menominee Forest. Our Menominee Forest is known around the world for our forest management. And climate change is a real issue. When we get our prescription cuts for our allowable cut for the year, within the last 5 years, we've had to change that 3 times because of the storms that are coming through. And in order to protect the health of our forest, we have to be able to manage our protection of our trees. But back with the Back 40 mine, though, that's within the heart of our ancestral lands and near our creation site. And so we've have taken steps to protect our sites, and it's an ongoing and a continuing fight to make sure that they're protected. And it's something that we carry on, our traditional values and our traditional beliefs, so that the next generation can continue that protection.
Thank you very much. Okay, so this next question is for Chairman LeBeau. Can you please expand on what legislation is needed regarding protections of sacred sites and ancestral lands?
Thank you. Yeah, protecting sacred sites, ancestral lands for our tribes, the Great Sioux Nation. Recently, we kind of came into this these leadership roles at the same time. Myself, Chairman Renville, President Starr comes out from Oglala, and a couple other Sioux Nation leaders came in all this kind of the same time, which is pretty interesting. And we learned about the code stewardship opportunity with the U.S. Forest Service, with the Department of Interior, and a lot of times for us, these federal agencies are managing our HESAPA, our Black Hills. And within the Black Hills, there's several sacred sites that are very important to the Lakota, Nakota, Dakota people. We have our creation story to start with is at Wind Cave, and which is a national park at this point. And so when the opportunity arose to co-manage some of these lands, we come together as one Sioux Nation, and we basically took back the Black Hills Forest, which was under the USDA, and it just so happens the two guys that are in charge, the undersecretary and the chief forester, are African Americans, and they really understood our struggle. They understood our story and how oppressive the United States was to our nations. So they felt like this is something that they needed to get done in this administration, and we're able to do that. So that really helped us, because there's other areas that we still, need to get in our co-stewardship within the Black Hills. So we're doing that now, and there's other things that the administration has done to help or is doing. There's a site within the Black Hills, Pactola Lake, that has been hit hard by mining in the past in that area. So we've asked them to do it's called a mining withdrawal, and with that mining withdrawal, there'll be no mining in that 20,000 acres of Pactola Lake and surrounding area. So that's going on now, and we're pushing them to do it, and not only just for Pactola Lake, but for the whole Black Hills federal lands, which is the majority of the Black Hills. So that's something we're working on. You know, going forward, we've actually been working on a bill with our tribes and our communities, our traditional leaders, coming together and been having these meetings on getting a bill drafted and approved locally by ourselves, and to basically return the Black Hills to the Sioux Nation. So that's something that we've been working on. We feel legislations like this will not only is the right thing to do, but it'll also, of course, protect our lands going forward, or protect our sacred sites going forward. So it's an ongoing battle for us, and but we know that getting our lands back is healing. We know speaking our Lakota language is healing, and we know we all carry that historical trauma in ourselves. Everyone here, you know, we carry that trauma from the past, and we have to find that healing for our people going forward. So doing these things for the Oyate, you know, we know it'll help not only this generation, but generations to come. So thank you.
Thank you. And Chairman Renville?
Yeah, I think one of the things I'd like to propose, not only to the Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association, but maybe also COLT and NCAI, is maybe a capital gains exclusion for lands sold back to tribes from non-tribal owners, you know, to encourage them to, you know, sell them back to, you know, the tribal nations that they belong to. So, and maybe even a penalty for not selling it back to the tribes.
Thank you for that. So Vice Chairman Yellowbird Stevens, can you expand on the legislative policy priority of supporting mandatory full funding of IHS with an emphasis on social services support related to the ICWA and the substance abuse issues?
Thank you for the question. Our legislative priorities are, of course, first and foremost for us is the expansion of self-governance. And so when you expand self-governance in the programs, we're able to mold and create programming that benefits our communities. Flexible funding, but the mandatory funding was very evident, the issues that came up when the government shutdown happened. Commissioned officers couldn't see our patients, and we tried to figure out a way, could we use self-governance funds, could we use our tribal coffers to pay for these commissioned officers to see our patients. But it also presented the prioritization of surgeries and major surgeries and preventative measures for our community members. So we had to prioritize what are life and death situations, which put us in a difficult situation, you know, where we had to, you know, make these decisions and tell individuals that your preventative care that might lead to a major impact to your life and well-being had to be put aside. And so those are the impacts of not having the mandated funding. And so forward funding solves some of those issues, but not all of them. And so the mandated funding is essential, and the avenue is as we talked before, is the civic engagement and creating those relationships, but also how did that happen with the veterans funding, those entitlements. How do we create the avenues to say it's not that difficult? It is difficult. It's a big push, but it has been done before, and these are the major impacts that happen. And so going back to the self-governance, especially with Indian Child Welfare, Title IV-B funding covers about 5% of our costs. And to apply, I mean, it's really difficult. And to maintain those grants, you have to do your time management studies, which is very time-consuming. But so we have to supplant those funds because we see the benefit of the cultural connection, the language connection that these families are looking for, is to connect back to the community. And so whether it's foster care, whether it's kinship care, SNAP, economic support programs, mandated funding, or at least looking at a new way of how do we seek funds for these programs rather than the unmet need is the overall need. The question of what is the overall need of our community, and apply that, and then hopefully the government will meet us a little bit more to the middle rather than having you're not meeting this need based on this equation that doesn't really fit our needs already. And so our legislative priorities is the expansion of self-governance into HHS, USDA, and with the model of the holistic approach that, we have to feed our minds with healthy foods, we have to feed our minds with language and culture to create that connection with our environment. And that's the healing that Chairman LeBeau talks about, is when we're healing ourselves, it comes from the body, it comes from everything around us. And to be able to create those programs tailored to our location, our agriculture, and our historical practices really helps start that healing. And so the legislative priorities, is really just how do we educate the federal government that these programs really work and that they can be the pilot programs that we created. For instance, our FDIPA program, our federal distribution program on reservations, we contracted with Menominee Nation and to procure the foods that come through that we provide to our communities. And so the vendors are our orchard, our farm, Menominee, Red Cliff, and Spirit Lake. So they provide all the foods through our food program that we provide to our community that's healthy, local, traditional, and there's that value in there that you feel better when you're eating something that you know where it came from. And it came from ancestors. So those are legislative priorities, and that's just a lot of education and decentralizing where the funding is coming from and making sure those funding sources come directly to tribes when possible.
Okay, thank you. So we've also recognized and heard from people within the field about veterans. Veterans are a priority and always have been within Native communities. We honor them, and they are very important to us. So with that said, I'd like to invite Executive Director Wright to answer this question as a former veteran and a former chairman. And then we also have the honor of having a representative from the state Veterans Association of Native Americans, Ryan Greendeer. If you'd like to come up too, I would like to ask you some questions. A question. So, Executive Director Wright, Indian country has a long-standing tradition of serving in the armed forces, and Native Americans serving at a higher rate than any other group. Our Native Americans face unique and disappropriate housing and access to adequate health care challenges. Can you please expand on the policies that are coming forth and the priorities regarding Native American veterans? And then when you're finished, I would like you to also expand on that too. Absolutely. Thank you.
No, thank you for the question. Yeah, this is a topic that's near and dear to me. From my great-grandfather, my grandfather, uncles, aunts, and my own father, who's a Vietnam veteran, who received the Purple Heart. And then I realized how old I'm getting. It was 32 years ago that I enlisted. But we know that in our own communities, how we hold our veterans to a high standard, but that hasn't always been the case. And with the United States, and especially the services and care that the VA has historically afforded Natives. And knowing, and just as a personal example, my own father almost lost a leg and got in a bad wreck and went to the VA for service, and they just wanted to cut his leg off. And he got a second opinion and was able to save his leg and move forward. But in my time, listening to Native veterans talk about the VA and not wanting anything to do with that, and feeling like that they didn't have a connection there. But just by serving, we know that our veterans have earned that right to the best care that they can get after service. And now we're starting to see incremental changes, but especially as we look at some new issues. And as you mentioned, mental health and homelessness are right at the top. And when we talk about trying to heal from that trauma and address those issues, if you don't have adequate housing and you don't have access to adequate care or the best care that our veterans deserve, but all of our people deserve, it exacerbates those problems. And so when we look at the recent PACT Act that finally recognizes medical issues that have arisen from toxic burn pits, and finally recognizing the effects of Agent Orange from our Vietnam veterans to be able to get access to those healthcare services. We also know, you talked about the VA Loan Assurity Program and how that helps in coupling, HUD-VASH has been in place and it goes so far, but getting access to home loans for veterans to be able to take care of that homelessness from their own aspect is a huge piece. But the other piece that affects Indian country, not only for veterans, Native veterans, but all of Indian country, is the reauthorization of NAHASDA. And we know what the impact that has on housing, the housing needs in our communities, but having that access for our veterans who may not want to own a home, but want to have access to housing. And it's been 11 years since that's been reauthorized, and that needs to be addressed. And I think one of the other things that is working its way through legislation is the expansion and availability of tribal veteran service organizations that are located in our own tribal communities that make the process of applying for benefits for Native veterans much easier. And there's been a focus on state-run VSOs, not saying anything bad about them, but as we talk about, we know what's best in our own communities, and having that led by tribal veterans for tribal veterans makes a huge difference. And I think in the countries there's only 2 right now, and 1 is about to come online. And so making sure that those benefits and making sure we advocate for our veterans, Native veterans, to sign up for those services and don't feel like they're not deserved, they don't know how. We need to make it easier for them to get access to that in all of those ways. And then the last thing I would say is just the access to medical services, and knowing that in many cases it's closer for our Native veterans to go to an IHS facility than it is to go to a VA facility. And we need better coordination and cooperation between those 2 entities. And it really comes down to the infrastructure. We talk about cultural aspects to this, and understanding that our cultural providers can help our Native veterans in many ways that a VA provider can't. But we need to make sure that the VA has that competency training and understanding that. And one of the things I want to back up to when we talk about mandatory appropriations, not only for IHS, but the advance appropriations for IHS, to make sure that all of our citizens, and in this particular case our veterans, know that access to that health care is always there, regardless if there's a government shutdown or a continuing resolution or whatever that might be. And we need to have that expanded to BIA and make sure that those funds are accounted there too. And because I'm getting old and I'm forgetting, I want to back up to the civic engagement piece. We've seen more done now with the VA and those that have been involved in the VA. And I think at the end of the day, when we talk about civic engagement and people that are getting involved, especially from Indian country, this administration has set the new floor for Indian country. They've had 90 people in this administration that are Native. And whatever administration takes over next, that needs to be the new standard, because we've seen how much things have improved for Indian country with that representation. Anything less than that should not be accepted from Indian country.
Thank you. And then just for introductions, this is Ryan Greendare. He is the Executive Government Relations for Ho Chunk. Specifically, he is also the State Veterans Caucus co-chair, and he works with the Native American population for the DNC for the Upper Midwest region. So could you just please give us a few? Yes. Okay. Do you need to go?
Run away, Chairman. I'll be a few minutes, so go right on ahead. Director Wright laid down a lot of the great federal policies, and I'll expand on that just a little bit. That Native American direct loan that he mentioned, that is integral to being able to get lending on tribal lands. That is probably the most solid program to put money in Indian country that tribes don't have to invest themselves. But Director Wright talked a lot about all of these different federal policies, but they really start at home. We do have some great coordination between tribal veteran service officers and county veteran service officers here in Wisconsin. We have 72 counties here, and the veteran service organization that oversees all of those counts 83 because they include all the tribes here. Chairwoman Kakak is hosting their conference just this last week here. So thanks for that. I know they really appreciated that. I had to drive up there, bring our flags up there because they're even doing a powwow at the State Veteran Service Officer or State Veteran Service Organization. They're integrating the tribes into all the work that they're doing because they know that sometimes when a tribal member goes to that county to get served, that they're not being served appropriately. These are reasons that engagement for us is so critical because now we get the funding directly to the tribe to pay for that tribal veteran service officer to be able to provide these things. So we know the housing, healthcare. You know, some of us don't like going to IHS, or some of us don't like going to the VA. There are agreements between the state, or excuse me, between the tribe and the Veterans Affairs that they can share and share costing so that tribal members who are veterans don't have to cover that. One last thing is that I want to mention that a lot of these policies get their roots right at the tribe. Somebody asked me recently, like, what does the tribe do for veterans? And I was actually a little hard pressed to answer that outside of the normal, well, they'll let us register our DD-214s. Because sometimes it feels like the only people that get served are the veterans that they say is the crazy one. They'll send them somewhere. But there are a lot of young veterans. Director Wright here, Michelle introduced him as a former veteran, but once you serve—
Former chairman.
Once you serve, yeah, that's going to be in play for the rest of your life, especially during your most formative years. Some of the things that I've been advising our tribe to do is expand the leave process for veterans so that especially those who served in combat can have some extra PTO so that they can go clear their mind when they have to, or go take care of some family matters because they did miss so much time with family. These are small policy things, but they make a big difference when it comes to helping out veterans in our various communities. And once we put those policies to paper within the tribe, they take the same effect that say federal employees have. So if we have grants that we're running 638 through the tribe, they get that same offer throughout federal policy. They take a look at these programs that sometimes they ask you, well, what the heck is this thing? And then hopefully they'll start to integrate that. And I know that a couple of times there have been some great advances in how veterans are treated in federal agencies because of the way that tribes also incorporate different policies. So appreciate your discussion there and letting me expand on that.
Thank you. Now, at this time, we're going to open up the floor for any kind of questions that you may have, and thank you as well.
Hello, thank you.
Check, check, check. Check.
Testing? Okay. I want.
Here you go.
Test.
This one works.
Can you hear me now? Yes. So I wanted to thank you for sharing your wisdom and your knowledge with us today. And I wanted to ask you, when it comes to law enforcement, if you think this is possible. When our warriors used to go to battle, there would be a whole process, right, to protect them when they did something like that. And I'm wondering that in the initial training, when they're getting that law enforcement training, whether there could be like a week or 2 week long training related to just the basics of protecting themselves against secondary trauma. Because law enforcement has so many challenges, right? They get burned out, they get secondary trauma. We hear in communities where we go, he never used to act that way. What caused him to do what he did? And that is part of it, is the vicarious traumatization. And it's happening silently in our communities all the time. So if something like that, do you think it's possible for that to happen? I think would be wonderful. And just ongoing ceremonies for them, or if it's through mental health, because they're going to need it throughout their journey as those warriors for us today. And just your feedback on that. And then I had one more question to ask you.
Thank you for that question. Unfortunately, I spoke to my police captain this past few weeks about that particular thing, because we had lost a few tribal members to overdose and suicide. And it got me to thinking exactly that, right? Like, how do we keep them safe? How do we protect them, because they're out there on behalf of all of us in our nation, exposing themselves to those kind of things, and they're always in my prayers. A few of them I do go to ceremony with Inipi and make sure that they, and a lot of times they come too, and they just show up and they'll kind of sit out there while we're in sweat. But I'd like to move beyond that too, and find true healing for them as they continue their journeys. It's tough, and they're always, like I said, they're always at the back of my mind and my prayers in the morning, because they're out there,
Thank you. I just want to comment on that as well. So, we know within our own communities, we're very communal people. And so when they're answering those calls, it's most likely that they know them. They know them and they're seeing, what they're dealing with. But For Menominee, we also need to remember and consider that our correctional officers that are taking care of our detention center and our jail, because once they're bringing them in, and then once they're inside, and the correctional officers are then having to deal with helping them get through those withdrawals, and the things that they're having to deal with is also a toll on them as well. So, you know, what we advocate for is to make sure that we have debriefings with our veterans, our police officers and our correctional officers. We have counseling in place for them when we do have a major event take place on our reservation, to make sure that we offer that support for them, because it affects all of us when something happens. And unfortunately, you know, we see things at a greater rate than the rest of the nations. So,
I think it's a great question, and it's nuanced, as we all know. Shameless plug, sorry, two of my bosses are sitting here as the Great Plains Vice President and alternate Vice President. But to carry out President Macaro's, President of NCAI's, call for a law enforcement and safety summit for all of Indian country, this year's annual convention on Wednesday, our General Assembly and our panel series during the noon hour is focused on law enforcement and the law enforcement crisis in Indian country. And then there's going to be a tribal leaders caucus right after that. And this is the first step of many that he's called for. But this would be a great subject to bring up during that time. And so I'll make sure that we don't forget that.
I wanted to add too is that, you know, mental health that's in place, that's reactive, right? And preventative care is so important for law enforcement. Get the training, give them the basics on how to protect themselves against that, how to continue to help themselves throughout that process is so important. And my last concern for all of you is, you know, in our country we have, African Americans have a strong political force, Hispanic Americans. And do you think it's possible for us to have a, you know, a national tribal leadership consortium or something that also has a lot of political force in our country? Thank you.
Well, I better answer this question. All due respect, I would say that is NCAI. And we just celebrated our, you know, at the end of the month, it'll be 81 years. And I would say with any organization, there's been ups and downs through that, and I would argue that we're on our way up again. And we're doing some innovative changes and expanding some opportunities for all of Indian country, and from the way we hire, to who we hire, to how we fund what we do. Just last year at our annual conference, we announced the creation of the NCAI Foundation, and we wanted to do that to look at a funding mechanism, especially for NCAI, but by extension all of Indian country. And over the years, NCAI has been heavily reliant on the contributions and the generosity of our tribal nations, and we know what the limitations that are there too. Tribal nations need their funding to serve their citizens. And how do we come up with an idea to supplement that? And one of the things that we looked at strategically was the philanthropic sector. And in the United States alone, 2 years ago, over $460 billion was spent in charitable organizations. Indian country got less than 0.5% of that. And so when we started asking funders that were current funders of ours that fit into that, you know, what are these other connections? What are their plans for Indian country? What's your vision for Indian country? And they said, we don't have one. We don't have the time to go out to 576 federally recognized tribes. We need somebody to do that. That's what NCAI does. And so by extension, as we continue to do that, in less than a year, we've received over $12 million in new funding alone. We have $98 million in the pipeline to different organizations, and that money is not only intended for NCAI, but for ultimately our tribal nations. But how do we help, you know, critical partners like NARF and the work that they do on to protect all of Indian country? And so when we talk about ICWA, Brackeen, Bracera, all of these things, these critical Supreme Court projects, but also defending civic engagement in the different states and the polling issues, you know, that takes funding, and they're dependent on that. Whether it's NIHB, NAFOA, NARF, Indian Gaming, NIEA, we know that all of those organizations do work on behalf of Indian country. We know, we talk about law enforcement issues. We know that there's a Native American Law Enforcement Association. And so if NCAI could be that the doorway to Indian country to help make those funds flow, our foundation is set up to say, once we can attract those funds on behalf of Indian country, we can grant those out to Indian country. And we've done that by example through what we've been able to do with our civic engagement dollars and the grants. This is the first time we've really taken a big swipe at this, but we've done over several $100,000 in just in the last 2 months to Indian country. And we know we have a lot more need, but we're also showing those funders how we can be a good steward of that on behalf of Indian country and for Indian country. So we're continuing to do that work, and we continue to want to hear how we can do better and make sure that we're responsive to Indian country.
I have one more question, and I want to remind my cousin Larry, there's Colt.
Colt, never heard of, no, just kidding, I'm kidding.
One of the things that you know, coming from war veterans, you know, I think that's something, you know, growing up around combat vets, you know, World War II, Korean, and now, you know, Desert Storm, all those different wars. And so one of the things that my daughter, she's a combat vet, and what I've looked at is one of these days she's gonna take her life, you know, and I think that we, you know, I was trying to get her straightened out, but finally about in 2017 took her to, you know, one of the my adopted brother, Jim Miller, who passed away, was a spiritual leader. And he's from Cheyenne River, but lived in Porcupine, South Dakota. And so they done ceremony for a lot of our war veterans, that, you know, a painted warrior. And to me, that really helped, because that helped her, you know, like what they say is in war, your spirit is still in Vietnam or Iraq, wherever, and you have to have that ceremony to bring your spirit home. And so after she wrecked and had brain injury and all this, I took her down there and we had a ceremony. But, you know, it's good we have therapists, whatever, and whatnot, but one of the things that she said is there's nothing for women, you know, through the VA therapy sessions, you know, it's always men. And that really made me think about it. So my grandmother was a doctor, you know, in her medicine, but she didn't, you know, have to go to, you know, her first language was Cree. But you look at that and think of how much our people didn't have to do a dissertation or whatever they call it, and they, you know, just to help people heal. And so I think that's one of the things that this one guy, Senator Tester, asked me to be on a committee one time. And this gentleman from Alaska said, they killed us in Vietnam, but we didn't die yet. And that really made me think is how much our people are lost. You see a lot of our veterans on the street. We just lost Fort Peck now, reservation. They lost a war veteran. He was looking for help, and he died in the fire. And there was another one in the hospital, a woman that took her life that was there. And so we have these veterans that are dying, and we need something to help them with our spiritual ways, because I go to the Crow Nation, I go to the Dakota, my relatives, Dakotas in Canada that I'm related to, blood that helped me get through a lot of things. But that's one of the things we have to let the government know, that we have our own people that help us heal, you know. Otherwise, you know, I should have been dead 100 times, but I think that's important, is let our own people help our people, along with a therapist that went to school.
One more.
Thank you, OJ, and thank you for Directions Native Vote for putting this very, very important panel on, and thank you, panelists. I appreciate it. My name is Don Ragona. I am the Director of Development and House Counsel for the Native American Rights Fund. And Larry, this is kind of more addressed to you, but also to the whole panel. The numbers are actually worse than that. First Nations did a more recent update on foundation giving. So you're looking at something like $98 billion in foundation funding that's given nationally. We're actually getting, Indian country gets less than 0.25% of that. The other problem is that a lot of that foundation money, because foundations for the most part are fairly uneducated as to Indian country and where that money needs to go to, a lot of that money is given to Native serving organizations and not Native run organizations. And that's another problem, is that you've got some very questionable players out there getting a lot of money from these foundations purporting to serve tribes in Indian country, and in the reality they're serving themselves. So that's something that we've got to help educate mainstream foundations on. Myself, OJ, Mike Roberts, president of First Nations Development Institute, and Janine Abrams McLean, we now sit on the board of NCRP, the National Committee for Responsive Philanthropy. And one of our main goals is to try to educate these mainstream funders, Ford, Carnegie, MacArthur, et cetera, on not just that they're really undercutting Indian country and missing the boat on funding, but this is where that we could use NCAI's help and also the tribe's help in how they give. The problem is these foundations, they give money to tribes, they give money to Native organizations for 2 years, 3 years, and so it enables, let's say it's Head Start. They enable people to get jobs, they enable people to have their kids in a safe place, and then their funding gets pulled. So how they fund Indian country is also a real problem, and it's constant start and stops. So now that NCAI is in the picture as a major player in foundation funding, that's the job that we need to do. And as tribal leaders, we need to, be thankful that foundations are funding us, but we also need to educate them. What they're doing sometimes can be more harmful than helpful. And if they're gonna fund, they need to change the paradigm on how they fund and what they fund and who they fund. So that's all, thank you.
No, I appreciate that, Don. It really is that partnership with the board that you're on there, and understanding that we are, this is a, even though charitable giving's been around for a long time, it really is a paradigm shift, bringing NCAI into this and elevating that conversation and making sure that, to your point, that the funding that's being given, is it reaching where it needs to go? And what are the parameters on it? And many of those foundations we're finding still have that paternalistic aspect to them. We have one funder that says, we want you to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. And we just recently said, then we don't want it. because it's not going to get to where it needs to go. And this helps you check a box, but it doesn't check our box. And so it really is having those kind of conversations. And we said it many times here this morning. It's about education, education, education. They can't just put us in a box and think that that's enough. And, oh, we're going to give you $50,000, but we want you to do this laundry list of things. And by the end of we get done, it could cost us $150,000 just for that $50,000. And so we've seen some of that kind of funding aspect at NCAI. And to the credit of our previous funders, when they said, well, what do you need? I said, I need to get rid of the red tape. I need you to take away these parameters so that we can better fund and work for Indian country. And so to the credit of our team and the foundation, who are phenomenal people with years of experience in this field, they are changing that dynamic and working, and we look forward to working with you, Don, and your group, and have those conversations. So it's just not about NCAI. How do we make that available to all of Indian country and make a difference, truly make a difference?
Could I just, Tracy, to your statement earlier about your warrior woman daughter and her service to country and the challenges or the concerns you have around mental health, you know, those are the conversations absent just being, you know, a Native American woman navigating a system is exceedingly difficult. You know, we have a MMIWP organization. We have women and Native women represent the backbone and lifeblood of our nations. And what you said, although I am not a veteran, was not lost on me. I understand the complexity to what you're talking about. But what I really appreciated what you said is something that I had talked about earlier where, you know, finally HHS and other federal administration offices are starting to recognize, much like Chairman LeBeau talked about, is an era of trusting and healing ourselves in a way that's culturally appropriate to us. And it shouldn't always have to be at our expense. It still has to be looked at it in a very tactile way so that, you know, we are able to administer that type of care. Because mental health does not discriminate. It's in every one of our communities, and it comes by different names. And so when we talk about mental health and the opioid endemic in different ways and the quiet crisis that we're facing, I really do think that we need, to your point, pay close attention and make sure that that platform is afforded and there is that recognition of our women warriors too, and making sure that they're not lost in that as we build out those necessary programs. And I know that they, you know, through the President Biden-Harris administration, they just rolled out in 4 states that holistic model to be able to allow our health centers to provide those types of holistic services and culturally appropriate services to our people. So we will make sure that we keep our pulse on those issues, and it won't be lost on us because everyone matters, and especially those that have been in service to our nations.
I have a question for you. You know, we talk about the protection of our police officers and our veterans. And as a spiritual leader of my people, I don't think we do enough for our veterans. You know, we talk a good game. We talk about funding and therapy. Well, I'm going to tell you a story. I was at a Sundance when I was a kid, and an old man by the name of Frank Fooskrow, my grandfather, he got up and talked about the veterans. And he said, you know, when they come home from war, they always used to take them and put them on the other side of the river. Leave them there for 7 days. But in that 7-day period, the women of the tribe would cross that water and feed those veterans and let those veterans cry on their shoulders and comb their hair and clean them and wipe them of that blood so that when they entered back into the tribe, all that PTSD and trauma was gone. You know, and it's no different in war today. What we hear about the killing, all the things that happen to our soldiers and our young men coming home. And so that's why I think if we put more into our spiritual of healing them, it'll help them with the things that they go through. And I have another story. 2 years ago, I had a Navy SEAL come to me. I have a Sundance, and most of the dancers at my Sundance are veterans. But this Navy SEAL came, and he said, you know, I was in Afghanistan, Iraq for 9 years. I did 9 tours over there. And he said, I've been in over 363 gunfights, combat fights over in Afghanistan, where he was serviced. I worked with him for a year, and finally he said, Uncle, I want to go up on a hill. He said, I need to go up there and fast. So I said, okay. So he came out to the ranch where my kids have, and I put him up on a vision quest for 2 days and 2 nights. And he was going to all this therapy at the VA and everything. When I went and got him in 2 days and 2 nights, after we took him out of the sweat, he sat there and he started crying. And he said, you know how many gunfights I've been in? 363. And I experienced more on that hill than I did as a veteran. When he left there, he asked me what he should do. And I said, now you go see a therapist. He went into the VA in Boston, and he's still in there. He's been in there for a year and a half. But he's healed now, and he's ready to come home. Madakyasi.
I bet you guys didn't think you'd be up there that long. You know, one of the things, and I'll just throw this in, not as a question, but as kind of a statement, is when they start taking our culture and our everyday life practices and said it was a religion, that is something that has always harmed us. That's kept us from taking and treating our people because they use the religion deal. And I still think that we need to make sure that they understand it's our culture, not our religion. It's our everyday life.
Do we have any more questions from the crowd? Okay. With that, I will convene and finish up this. And thank you all for attending, and congratulations on moving forward with your agendas and your policies. We all wish you well and pray that you have the strength to get through this administration and the next administration. And congratulations, Road Dogs, for the graduating class of 2024. We'll see you out on the road, I guess. Thank you.
Maybe it's my pocket. Excellent, sir. Yeah. Trying to figure out what time it is. 12:28. Luckily, we have plenty of time. So, let us go ahead. Let's start on lunch. And it's already 12:28, so we will start probably in about a half hour, so if you can all go back and grab some lunch, and then we're going to have a little bit of a change on the agenda, which is what we do best, and we'll get this thing going. So, all right, let's go to lunch. All right, let's go get something to eat, guys. I'll be pulling you out of there with a sandwich in your mouth. So let's go over there now and get the food and get something to eat, and so we can get going. It works. If everybody can start kind of finishing up, kind of wander back in, we'll get the program on the road. I actually feel pretty good because I'm only 15 minutes behind schedule. So finish up, please, and come back in, and let's get the show on the road. All right, can we start kind of wandering back in now? I'll even let you bring your plates. I can see you. I want to be able to finish before powwow starts, so you all go dance. Come on up. Have a seat. It takes me a while. That's all good. Have you been up? This is our third film. Oh, wow. Yeah, we did one in Nevada, then Arizona. Now, this is our final one. And then what we do is we leave here,
coach the kids softball.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I get it. Herding cats is very.
Yeah, I can use my police force. All right, let's all come on and get on in here, otherwise I'll have to send the tacojas after you. Dell, I know that laugh. That means you're still back there. That means you're not listening. Don Ragona, I know where you sit. You are not there, so I know you're back there. Oh, I know who they are. I can look out in the audience. Yeah, you only have a few minutes because we're going to do that deal.
Oh, well, we'll hang around till then.
Yeah. All right, if I can get everybody's attention, what we're going to do here, I have Mark, he's with T-Mobile, and he wants to talk a little bit about some of the services that they're providing. And the reason T-Mobile, when the Coalition of Large Tribes was suffering and barely getting through a few years ago, the board said that we were not going to charge any dues while the pandemic was going on because we did not want to take the tribe's money that they were taking and working and caring for their tribal members and have them pay it for dues. And it created a problem for us. And then in stepped T-Mobile, and they started donating money to Colt so that we would not have to charge our board members to come to our meetings or pay the dues. And so that money went right back into the community. And so anytime T-Mobile comes up and says, hey, we're in town, can we talk? We always open the door for them because of what they've done for Colt now for the past 5 years. And it's been able to keep the Coalition of Large Tribes alive. So with that, I want to bring Mark up. He's got a few things he wants to talk about, and then we will get the show on the road. Mark?
Thank you, Ajay. Appreciate it. All right. Hey, everybody. Good afternoon. All right. So look, just overall, I'm not sure how everybody knows who Assurance Wireless is, but just a little bit about us. Right. Our overarching mission right now is to close the digital divide by offering Lifeline service to qualified low-income households. Right. So what we do is we seek out partners who are leaders in their community and communities that serve low income. So our philosophy is, right, to work with Colt. Right, Assurance Wireless's goal is to enhance customers' lives through connecting them to their digital world. right? And how do we do that? We do that through advocating a partnership with your constituents. We make sure, the idea is to never exploit, right? But rather to strive and elevate the underserved. And then, we partner with companies, organizations, government entities where we can jointly provide incremental values and benefits to folks of the community. All right, and then with the idea behind that is close the digital divide with affordable communication services. All right, so who is Assurance Wireless? We are T-Mobile. All right, so we're an organization inside of T-Mobile that serves the Lifeline community since 2009, right, providing Lifeline service to millions of customers. We are the industry leader in the Lifeline space, and part of the reason for that is we own our own network. Right? So as part of the industry-leading nationwide T-Mobile network, right, that has 4G, LTE, and 5G coverage, right? And we are a very consumer-centric type of organization where we are. All right, so what benefits do we offer? Right now, we are in the final stages of coming up with a tribal-only plan. All right, so that plan itself will be free, unlimited talk and text with 6 gig of high-speed data, right? You have to use the service just once a month to make sure you keep it rolling. And then we're also going to have a paid plan. So for $1 a month, you'll be able to keep all that and then bump it up to 9 gigs of the high-speed data. And again, with that, monthly usage wouldn't be required. So look, if the phone was really just being kept aside to use as a hotspot to help do homework or do medical visits, you'll be able to do that and not worry about it ever being turned off. All right, so the way it works is, you'd bring your own device, which is unlocked, right? Or we can actually help you purchase devices at a very low price right now. So think under $35 in that range, maybe even under 30. We're working on it now. Okay, and right now our Dude network does reach 99% of the population, but we're continuing to build that and continue to grow throughout. All right, so how do people qualify for our program? All right, so there's multiple ways. So if someone's income is 135% of the federal poverty guidelines, that would qualify you for service. If you participate in tribal-specific programs, such as Bureau of Indian Affairs, General Assistance, the Tribal TANF program, food distribution programs, all these things would help people qualify to get free service. Also, we participate through any of the government assistance programs as well, SNAP, Medicaid, federal public housing assistance, so forth and so on. And you could also qualify through a child or a dependent. All right, so next steps is we want to continue to work with you folks, right? We want to continue to work with Colt and continue to be an advocate, right? And promote these benefits throughout your community, throughout your lands and without your folks, right? We are here to be a partner. I will be sitting around outside for a little bit as well, so if anybody wants to come out and talk about how we continue to do that and how we expand that, please come out, come say hello. I've got some giveaways out there. Hey, look, if anybody's looking for a free tablet, just give me your information. I'll mail one out to you. All right, we have some portable chargers, and we got some fun stuff, sunglasses. We got some stress balls for the kids to play around with. But please, don't be a stranger. Come out and say hi. And again, just want to thank you for this opportunity to come out and talk to you guys. I know I've been out here a couple times. I want to continue to do this and just, start to recognize some of the faces. And hopefully you start recognizing me a little bit and you feel comfortable and come out and talk. And again, look, we're just here to support and do what we can to help the community. With that, that's it. Thank you. Thank you, OJ. I'm going to hang outside.
All right, I'm looking around here, see who I know. What happened to everybody? Is there a hot machine going on? No. All right, so if I could get my brother and his better half up here and my tacojas, and if somebody can bring Barbara up here. Janine, can you bring Barbara up for me, please? And then Madonna, you want to bring the tacojas up? We're going to have a blessing here. Yeah, I'm waiting. Yeah, in a second. I got to get the tacojas going. All right. We need our tacojas up here. Like, I think one. I need, let's see, Hanepiwi. Come on down. I'm like, Price is Right. Careful. All right, want to go? You know, yesterday we actually had a really informative meeting with the federal officials. And when we were doing that, I mean, what they did, changing regulations for 100 years that they improved for Indian country. And, you know, it took a while, but we found Al and, you know, brought him up here and gave him what he deserves. That was the honor for what he's been doing for our people. And so, you know, we have a real small family here, but our family is family. We're all very, very close. And working through this in Indian country and seeing everything that's been happening, we want to make sure that we honor those that have helped us all through these years, those that have helped guide us, those that had different things that has affected Indian country positively. So we decided that today, not federal officials, but it's going to be our family and those that have done things that have just created a place where all our people can unite and get things done. So with that, I would like Janine over here and Jennifer over here. And I like Janine's shirt. We all can't get that, but says, voting is my black job. Okay, so.
Like my brother said, we have a lot of people we would like to honor, but most of the time we forget the people that are most important, and that's our families. And so these two ladies that we'd like to honor because we love them and we respect them for what they do for us very much. And there's another young man sitting over there, my nephew. I guess I should say my son-in-law. And I'd like to honor him sometimes because he does a lot for us too.
Tuka Shila, Wankantanka, Hihani Kile, Bedu Washte, Wanji Iwachi Uniapi, Hechel Daku Washteshte, Echela Ugaki Papikte. Ushiolapi na Unkiapo, Medakie Oyasi.
Jen and Janine. The song I'm going to sing for you guys is, I want you to remember the words. You guys are Zuya, Zuya Wiya, warrior women. And the song says that we're going to call you to the center to recognize you. But when you come to the center, remember that the needy ones, the helpless ones, they depend on you. Si checo blechia po hera kiksuya chokata on kashni ota yelo hera hey oya teki hawa chini apelo hera hey Se checo blechia po kiksuya chokata on kashne ota yelo hey oya teki awachia niya pelo hey tu esi checo blechia po kiksuya chokata on kashne ota yelo hey oya teki awachia niya pelo hey
My name is Dion Kilsback, and I'm an attorney. And we've been working with Colt for the last several years as well. And I just want to say a few words for on behalf of Jen Weddle. Jen Weddle and I are both members of the Northern Cheyenne Tribe. And Jen Weddle has been a godsend. When I say that, Jen Weddle embodies what it means to be an Indian woman, an Indian attorney, but more importantly, a mentor and a friend. She works tirelessly, and she's literally what I consider the mother of Indian law. I was studying in law school cases that she was arguing in the Supreme Court. And so when we talk about legacies, Jen has always been someone that's committed almost to a fault to the perseverance, resilience of tribal sovereignty. And it's not just for our people, specifically Cheyenne, but for all Indian tribes and Indian people. And so when I look at someone that I admire, but also I look up to, I want to say that this honoring here is just, it's not enough, but it's what we can show, and I am so appreciative and thankful for your friendship and your mentorship and your leadership. Thank you, Jen.
Not even the Indian child tax credit? No, just kidding. He said, put the tax on hold and like do the honoring the correct way. Again, this Del Lavender, co-counsel with Colt, with Jennifer, and like Dion, there really aren't enough words to describe what she's meant for me, for many of her clients, Native communities, and other things. But I do want to say a few words in Crow. Biawachajish, Leishja, Awishjik, Hina, Dalasa Ichish, Ilkodish, Digyukut, Digya, Hina, Akbaradia, Ho, Khbalia, Kodaja, Ik Bagombat Chajish. So I just wanted to say that this is a really good woman and that she has a good heart and that it comes through in all the work that she does, how much she gives, how much she's on the road, how much she gives up to assist and help communities. And she's even more recently been taken in by some people close to me at Crow. So she has a Crow family as well over there in the homeland in Bapua, where I'm from. And she's treated them very well. In fact, I hardly meet anyone that I run into that she hasn't treated well. And I think it speaks to her humanity, her heart, and that she is very respected and appreciated. And it goes without saying that her professional career is amazing as well, going to one of the largest firms, being a partner, running a whole Indian law group, and as a Harvard graduated lawyer and all her networks, she connects a lot of people with a lot of things. And so I think, you know, from me to you as a colleague, just appreciate everything that you do, who you are, and that only wish you all the best in your journey. Ahoga Gila.
Yeah, Midakiapi, you know, we honored our sisters here. And you know, if we really look at them, they're like buffalo. Because our women always stand against the storm. Us men, we turn our butts to it because we're a bunch of chickens, you know. And then we get, oh, we're cold. Well, you dummy, you got your butt towards the storm. We're facing the storm, you know. So to me, women are very strong. My grandmother and my mother raised me. So I have a lot of love for women. And one of the things, you know, when we honor women, men always do the honoring. And we forget to have a woman sing this song because she is the gift of life for all of us. So I'd like to call my half side up here and have her sing a buffalo song for our two sisters here. Of course, I'm going to get beat up after this.
That's right. Don, you want to join me too? Way-ah, hey-ah, yeah, way-ah, hey-ah, way-ah, way-ah, hey-ah, way-ah, way-ah, hey-ah, yeah, way-ah, way-ah, hey-ah, way-ah, hey-ah, way-ah, yeah, way-ah, hey-ah, Tatanka teke ha ake oya teke wache ya pelo hey apetu kile wakacha cheva kielo namakielo hey Wea heya ya wea heya wea wea heya ya wea
Wateke, Wacheni apiloyo, hea, hea, Abetukele wakacha, Che wakielo, Nemakielo, heo.
That was a frog song.
Oh, yeah, Madakyapi. And I also would like to say a few words about our sister Janine. I didn't, I met her like a couple years back. And my brother OJ, he said, her father has cancer. Can you pray for her? Pray for the family. And I said, sure, they're family, so we pray for them. And then this year they came to our Sundance, her and her other two sisters. And they're very compassionate, they're very good-hearted. And I'd like to tell this story of what they did for a young man that came there that was facing 25 years in prison and being 17 years old and accused of rape in Kansas. And they got on the phone, they found the truth out, and that little boy is now free because of them. Yep, because of him, because of them. He faced 25 years, and these three girls made that young man free because they found out the truth, because they put their voices behind that. That's family. So that's what I would like to say about Janine and her sisters, what they have already done for our people. Wopila.
I thought you were going to tell a funny story.
Well, I could tell that one too. The day you and the Barb and OJ fell off the bar stool. Wopila.
That wasn't a joke. Well, I'm going to finish off. We're honored, then we make them stand for a half hour. So I know both these young ladies, and they have done so much for Indian country. When we were getting out the vote in Wisconsin, we didn't have the money, the technology, or anything. And what Janine had Fair Count do is reach out to us. They got text numbers, and they started sending texts on our behalf to voters. Then they were able to get the mapping of the natives that lived in certain communities to us so that we could go knock on their doors. They helped us specialize in getting a message out that Native would understand, and then they would text it and work with us on it. I mean, so she has not only been a sister. Let me back up. When we work, we start out as working together, but at the end of the day, we end up family. And she has been there every step of the way as far as organizing and organizations working together for the better of all of our people of color. And then with Jennifer, I can actually accidentally butt dial her at 4 in the morning. She go, yeah, I'm up. What do you need? I mean, the lady don't sleep. But between her and Dal and them helping provide direction for me and the tribal leaders of the Coalition of Large Tribes, I've just seen amazing things happen for Indian country. And I've seen their hand in guiding that happening. And so that is why we wanted to do the honoring today, to not only recognize them in their professional capacity, and I won't, Janine used to be with the CDC, but I won't go into that. I won't say, Gene, what division were you in? No, but for another time. But we wanted to honor them as family. And I met their family, so as Barb and our daughters and our granddaughters, and they are just so much like us. And it's like we have a serious conversation for like 5 minutes, and then we laugh for like four or 5 days. So, I mean, I know they're Indian, let's put it that way, somewhere. But with that, please give a round of applause, and if you could, come this way and come around and shake their hands. Ho, wopila.
You know, and there's one other thing I'd like to say is I'd like to especially thank my sister, Jennifer, for what she's already done for our family. And that means a great deal. You know, if I was a billionaire, I'd buy you a Learjet, but I guess all I can provide is the eagle feather and a prayer. Thank you, Jennifer. Madakia.
Brother.
Made me cry.
Oh. Where's our people?
Oh, I wasn't looking. Hold on.
Hold on, hold on.
We're coordinated. My shirt's purple.
Chun, help Ching.
He just wants to say He does. He really does.
We're not moving till he gets his picture. I don't care.
Now we're laughing at you with your joke.
All right.
Yay.
Now, guess what? I give you each a couple minutes to say hi.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I don't know what.
All right.
No, no. You know, I gotta be on a panel. What y'all do at Burke?
He's Montana.
Oh.
And then Senator Johnson died, so we had to go to his funeral. And then from there, headed to Montana. Donna's in Nevada.
Okay.
Baby B's in Browning.
Okay.
And then we got a crew in Arizona.
And okay.
So we're getting there.
And did y'all get money from? Y'all got money from up from the margins, right? From Nevada. I thought y'all got some money. You sure?
Yeah. From up from.
I sent the. There should have been a group.
No.
Talk to Brett, because
Well,
there was money. There was
yeah.
there was money for Nevada.
I will. do that.
If you ain't get it, then give it to me.
All right. We are almost back on schedule. The next panel, I think you're really going to find very interesting, especially since what we've been doing really has a lot to do with the federal agencies that have been talking these past few days. And so with that, we're going to have a panel, Indigenous Bison and Land Management Restoration. And so I'd like Katrina. Is Ernest here? Okay. And Dal, Madonna, and Wamley gonna make it? Okay. And Jennifer, if you get a chance, please come on up. Oh, why? I pity you guys. I'm a moderator. Come on, Dal. And the reason we wanted to do this is basically, I mean, bison, buffalo is who we are. They are the ones that, they're our language, they're our life, they're the ones that brought us here from Wind Cave. I mean, there is so much tied into the buffalo, our language, our culture, our lands, not just for the Lakota, but for tribes all over the country. And so what we wanted to do is kind of put that in a modern day prospect of what's going on and how we're working not only to bring our, buffalo home, but to also turn around and how do we use that in a good spiritual way for economy. So with that, let me see, where's she at? Where's Madonna? Madonna. And do we have Ernest? Okay. If he, is he coming on Zoom? Okay. Dell's nervous, she's outnumbered, but really us men, we already know we're outnumbered by one woman, so I mean, he's really sweating it. Okay, what I want to start out with is with Katrina Fuller and Madonna. They're a part of a company called Sikanju Co., which is an economic development arm of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. And they have gotten together and worked with different organizations and are doing some amazing things with our buffalo. We have Wolakota. This was a vision of a young man, I won't mention his name, sitting right over there, from years ago. And it's actually grown into one of the biggest buffalo ranches right now in the world. And it was a vision that he had, and a vision that he took with him to DC, and then helped tribes realize the dream of our buffalo and our food sovereignty. So with that, I'm going to start with Madonna. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what's going on, and then we can pass it over to Katrina as far as the Olympics and the Buffalo Project. Does that work?
Hello? Okay. Madonna wanted me to start out. Yeah, my name is Katrina Fuller, and I'm our now admin operations officer for Sikanju Co. A couple months ago, I was our health initiative director, which is where our buffalo work started for this specific project. And Madonna can talk a lot more about the Buffalo Project really started when Wolakota started. And Madonna and I, we were at one of our first harvests for Wolakota. That was about 4 years ago, 5 years ago. It's been a while now. But with this particular project, we were working with the Department of Interior's Office of Strategic Planning on starting to develop out the business side of our Wolokota Bison Range with jerky in light of the Olympics in Paris. And there were many, many hurdles, and the project is still ongoing, but in essence, we really wanted to connect and show the world the connection between Buffalo language and good health and wellness. Yeah, I can let Madonna speak a little bit more about her work with the bison. So with the Olympics, we had tried to get our buffalo jerky that we created as a not-for-sale product. Essentially, it was a gift for our Indigenous Olympians, for other Olympians. And we weren't able to get it to Paris, but we partnered with Nike's N7 program, and we were able to get it to Indigenous athletes across the U.S. And of course, it was merely a gift, but for us, it was a true test of what we could do with our bison, how we could work together, and really taking the next steps of raising bison, bison caretaking, bison ranching, conservation of our lands, and land management, but then the next step into how do we share this with the world in a good way, with a foundation of our Lakota values and culture. So our bison and our jerky product from it it's harvested in a more cultural way. We pray before we do a harvest. We have sweat and ceremony for our bison relatives. There are certain ways that we do the harvest at Wolokota specifically that is very, very different, and we wanted to make sure it was obviously different from the way that jerky is made with beef or any other product that's made with beef and the way that cows are treated. Essentially, we're still working on this project and moving forward with Colt on the resolution to create an Indigenous Olympics Committee for LA 2028.
Hello, there's someone here.
And we have a few next steps with trying to meet with LA's team, the mayor and things like that, as well as additional partners across the US, because it's not just about buffalo, it's about other tribes and their traditional foods and what they want to show the world, essentially when LA 2028 comes, and making sure that our story and our culture across the United States is shown throughout the Olympics. As well as supporting Native vendors and entrepreneurs and other business opportunities. But go ahead, Madonna.
Ha matakiapi Madonna mathoyo take machiapi na lakomi chajiki anukasa wahopagozawi Lila Daya Yahipi. My name is Madonna Sitting Bear. My Lakota name is Bald Eagle Fan Woman. I come from the Sichanga Lakota Oyate. I'm a citizen of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. I work kind of as a consultant and have kind of fell into the buffalo work over the years through my own personal interest in it. We started working in family with my husband when he did his first kill. And from that, Lakota Indigenous School, they do food sovereignty, they do the language, they do it all. And so as a parent there within that school system, we had access to the buffalo harvest every year for the school so that they can utilize the buffalo meat and we had like how our people used to eat before. The environment part of that, Happy Mind, making Lakota again, our berries, all of that stuff that's brought into the school. And so through this whole process, it's become a family effort, and it's due to the Lakota Immersion School that our children actually attend. And through that, with the language, has been brought back the culture. So as a family, as a set unit, we go out with the school, and all the families will go out and we'll harvest these animals together, our relatives. And as Katrina hit on it before, we do this in a spiritual way too. We add that into it. So every night, every time we go out to harvest, we'll bring in, we'll make our prayers. And so we've taught the children as the adults, with the staff and as the parents.
Hello.
We've helped to teach the children how to handle
Hello, sir.
and how to honor our relatives as we take them and then as we utilize them and bring that back into our food systems. And through that, it's just brought all of this other work just naturally. I've interned with Katrina here and was fortunate to be able to be a part of the Olympic project when DOI came and asked us to partner with them. And there's just this whole ecosystem that is centered around just buffalo within themselves. The land acquisition, land management, the grassroots cultural, traditional culture that we bring into it, no matter what tribe you come from. There's some sort of system that we need to bring back. Songs, the language, all of that connects within everything. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about, we process this with our own hands. We don't take our animals into, our relatives into a processing facility. And so everything that's done with the children, we've been teaching them that. And so the processing part of it is still kept real traditional. And we've been teaching our children how to do that. And there's certain, techniques, there's certain ways that we do that in order to still honor our relatives. And through that, though, when we came into the Buffalo Project, we realized that there was a newly native-owned project or processing facility. That week, it just happened to come into play in Rapid City. And so it was the first time we actually dealt with the actual processing facility for the animals in order to provide the amount of jerky that we needed for the Olympic project. But I'll kind of stop there because I can go on and on and on. And, yep, go ahead.
Madonna reminded me. We've learned so much with this project, and the reason why it's so important that we start now with an Indigenous Olympic Committee for LA 2028 is because there are opportunities for everyone across Indian country. There's it's an open opportunity, and but there's so much preparation that not only is needed from the top level, but also for everyone down on the ground. Even with the Indigenous Processing Facility, we had to help them understand the buffalo market as part of the Tribes Economic Development Corporation. We had those resources. So we were providing technical assistance. Even with DOI, as a new Office of Strategic Partnerships, we had to also be the one to connect and bridge some of these areas to get this project off the ground and going. And then with USDA, we drove them into a crazy mess over there with this project, but it brought everyone together to say, well, this initiative is important for the future of not only bison harvesters, operators, entrepreneurs, families, communities, but we need training. There were things with the U.S. I learned through this project that there has never been an Indigenous USDA inspector. So that's still a first that can happen. And those people can come from initiatives like this, not only with buffalo, but with other traditional foods from tribes or other ventures from tribes and tribal foods. It's just a part of food sovereignty. And it really shows the world that the way we treat our relatives is very different when it comes to even business. But we have 4 years to prepare for that, and I feel like it's just that's not enough time for the amount of technical assistance and support a lot of tribes are going to need to continue carrying their these opportunities forward.
I just kind of want to hit on real quick is that, you know, it goes into knowing how to manage, right, buffalo herds. And that's something that we're learning right now, all of us, not just, you know, the Sicangu Lakota people, but a lot of different tribes. And it's really important, and you know, for our climate even, right, to bring our herds back into the ecosystems, because there's a healthiness that they bring to the grasslands, and you know, recreating that ecosystem that used to be for climate change. But there's, you know, there's that whole management. So everything that we talk about with buffalo is like, it's just across the board. It's just across the board. And I think that, Jen, maybe you guys can go into that a little bit more.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to talk a little bit about the history leading up to the recent funding initiative that DOI has on restoring bison. And this administration has been fantastic for finding monies for bison, for language, for land back, utilizing climate resiliency opportunities for folks. And but I want to start first with the late Crow Nation chairman, my uncle, when I served him. When I went back, one of the first things he said was, you know, you've got to go and look at the bison herd that we had from Yellowstone Park that came back about, I don't know, 80 or plus years ago. And he said, you just need to watch them. And I didn't ask any questions, you know, in the clan way. When they say go do it, you go do it. And he came back and he said, now I need to tell you a story. And he said, Ik bijek bachajish, ilkudish, egya, sapwa, bijek. He said, do you remember those buffalo there? Because that's us. That's who we are. And he said, they're really smart, they're really loyal. And he told the story of the bison, one of them goes down, they won't just go and leave it. They'll go back and pick it up with their horns and place it somewhere else where it's safe. And then they'll also, like for example, you see them when they roll on the ground, they're collecting seeds on their back. And then they'll go a long distance and then they'll drop and roll to plant the seeds. And the more stories you hear like that, the more you realize how critical they are to us as a people, as a culture, and that they have a lot of knowledge and ways to teach us and relearn. So it was to my surprise then when I went from the Crow Nation to go serve at DOI, and I remember I asked for a report, and I said, where are we at with the bison? Where's the money? And I got the budget guy in my office, and he said, there isn't any. It's zero. I said, you mean we have no money for bison? And I remember getting a briefing, and you know, you have the Glyphwick people here and all that. You got your amazing Intertribal Fish and Wildlife Commission with all your biologists, and you're restoring your relatives. Same in the Northwest. And then there's the Columbia River Intertribal Commission. And they fought long and hard and had a lot of litigation. And then they created these commissions, which are doing amazing work on restoring their relatives. So I just wanted something similar to that for the Plains people, that we would have funding to restore our relatives that were killed off purposefully. You know, some 50 plus to 75 million is the estimate before colonization, and then it was down to 2,000 by the late 1890s. I mean, that's a mass extermination. So to see them now being brought back, near the end when I was serving, I got a call and I walked down the office and it was the National Park Service. And they said, hey, can you help us out? Our authorization doesn't allow us to fund any of the bison fences. So, but you guys have unrestricted funds that are for a purpose. And they said, can you have this fence built up at Fort Peck, which is in northeastern Montana? And I did, we did. I see Dion smiling here. And then we also knew there was going to be litigation because there was a threat of a lawsuit by some of the non-Indian neighbors who didn't want the bison returned. It went ahead and they got the 50 bison transferred from Yellowstone up to Fort Peck, the first return in a century. And the way they explained when the buffalo returned was so emotional. They couldn't believe it. They said they're finally home. They've come home. And the same happened with Fort Belknap. They got some of the herds transferred up. And I just remember that feeling of like, this is the right thing to do. And that it is time for the buffalo to go home. Just like we always feel that pull to go home, no matter where we're at. And so we started restoring funding to the bison, and that's the Intertribal Bison Council, ITBC, who's a partner. They've done work around the country on helping restore bison. And slowly, you know, we knew that there needed to be more funds, and after I left, and then in these new opportunities, this administration, the PDAS and Assistant Secretary have really put money aside in there for the Secretary's initiative, which just was, they started as well, which was the Bison Initiative. It's a secretarial order to have indigenous-led bison return home. And you combine that with the executive order of having federal agencies find a way to make it easier to get federal funds and resources to indigenous communities. You combine those two, and now we have an initiative for the bison return. There's a foundation set, and there's a bison working group. None of that existed when I served, 12 years ago. So it's come a long way. We know there's a lot more work to be done. And then, we're actively with Colt looking to support projects where we can either save the bison, partner up with our philanthropic partners, and then work with the agencies so that we can keep bison, have it indigenous run and led like they've just talked about on the ground in their homeland. We'd like to see that everywhere. We want to see that happen for everyone to reconnect around that and the language. And I think Jennifer's going to talk about a more recent opportunity here in southern Colorado by the Great Sand Dunes National Park. But I'll finish with this. The bison it was just a way of life. You followed the bison wherever it went. And I'll just mention another story that one of my relatives at home said. He said, when they have all that snow at Yellowstone Park, they get in a single line, the lead will push the snow, keep pushing the snow. It'll get tired and then drop back at the end of the line, and the next one steps up and starts to keep the trail going to where they've got to go. All those stories mean something. They've been told again and again because that is who we are. That is how we are. That's how we respect each other, and when somebody has to step up and do the hard work, you saw the tribal leader panel, that's what they do. You see the intertribal organizations, you step up, you have your time, and then somebody else steps in. That's what I had, was folks who were with me in my run in DOI, and then now they're the ones in charge. Well, guess what? That's just like the bison. We're exactly the same. And so however we can get our relatives home, that's what our one of our top priorities is to get our relatives to come home and facilitate that in whatever way we need to, because it's absolutely critical for us as a people. And with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague here.
Good afternoon again, everybody. I want to share a little bit more about this very specific opportunity that Colt is working on and dovetail where Dell ended, which is this is direction from the leadership of Colt. The large land-based tribes that represent Colt act unanimously under our bylaws, so that if Colt is focusing on an issue, it's because it's really important to everyone. And one of the absolute top priorities is land restoration, land stewardship, and buffalo restoration and buffalo stewardship as essential to language and culture, really the foundation of our cultures, and restorative of entire ecosystems. When they come back, we come back. So that's been Colt's priority. There's a specific opportunity now in southern Colorado at the Great Sand Dunes National Park, which is just outside of Alamosa, Colorado, about 4 hours south of Denver. The Nature Conservancy had built up a lot of contiguous land pieces over decades in that area, and that land is home to a 1,700 animal buffalo herd today. The pictures that are on screen, you can see some of the herd there in front of the Rocky Mountains with all the local flora and fauna around them. These pictures were just taken down there at a meeting with a lot of federal officials and TNC folks in late August. And the next slide shows more pictures as well from those meetings. If you could advance it, Justin. And talking about trying to realize this opportunity, so the land, a lot of the TNC land has been transferred to the Department of the Interior. Some of it now is Great Sand Dunes National Park. Some of it is the Baca National Wildlife Preserve. There are various federal pieces, so there's a lot of federal family at the table, including the Fish and Wildlife Service, the National Park Service, Indian Affairs, all very interested in the area, which is traditionally home to 28 different tribes that use that space, that had sacred sites there, who are all interested in that ecosystem, and especially in the buffalo that are on it. What we are pursuing for Colt, jointly with the Intertribal Buffalo Council, is to get ITBC management of the TNC herd. That is happening by the end of this year. TNC is discontinuing its relationship with a former contractor that was managing the herd and basically running things kind of like a dude ranch, and instead trying to refocus that to ITBC's management. And then also build out more opportunities for culture and education using existing facilities that are on a patch of land that remains owned by the Nature Conservancy called the Medno Zapata Ranch. And within that, they have some really great education facilities. We're working with a strong working group of volunteers, including my sister, Dr. Holly Mackey, Northern Cheyenne, who teaches at North Dakota State University, who's running one of 10 agriculture innovation engines. The so-called Farms Engine is what they call it, but it's really a think tank for agriculture, innovation, and policy, and even regarding buffalo as wildlife. And that's yet another one of Madonna's intern hats. She's the most amazing intern, currently interning for like 4 different organizations. But one of the things Holly's really focusing on is how can that higher education institution partner with tribal colleges to get youth down to this facility, to be able to be with the buffalo, learn buffalo ways, learn how to treat them correctly, and then ultimately bring those buffalo home to other tribal communities when there's been sufficient land acquisition to do so, so that this 1,700 animal herd would become a feeder herd for tribes and for Native individuals who have that space to be able to bring animals home into community, to maximize the return of the buffalo in every way that we can. Holly's agriculture program would also be looking at technology. drone technology, for example, how you can monitor bison without invading their space. Different ways to make sure that we're tracking, where the water is and doing things that provide for their safety and care. How are they influencing pollinators, right? I didn't include buffalo dung pictures in the photos, but there's a lot of it out at Medno Zapata. And seeing the return of the animals, the whole ecosystem that comes just from them being there is pretty incredible. And they've been there for over 40 years. We know that this herd is descended from animals from Cheyenne River, and so thank you, Chairman LeBeau. Your people are down there. Our colleague Ernest House Jr. Isn't here. He was going to be online, but we're a little later than we thought we would be. Ernest is from the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, and he tells a wonderful story about how they switched places. So a number of Utes ended up at Cheyenne River in South Dakota, Ute people, and a bunch of Cheyenne River buffalo ended up down in Alamosa. And every year they reunite, and the Ute kids are still the point guards on all the basketball teams. They see their relatives. But Ernest is at the Keystone Policy Institute. He's a critical part of our team. He's served in 3 different Colorado gubernatorial administrations doing government affairs work, serving as the executive secretary of the Colorado Commission on Indian Affairs. He's just an incredible connector of people, very humble person, the grandson of Jack House, who was their last traditional chief. Comes from a long line of great leaders. He's on the TNC Colorado board and is a great part of this project. Another Northern Cheyenne Oglala Lakota elder, Rick Williams, who was formerly president of the American Indian College Fund. Rick is the conscience of Colorado as far as its treatment of Indian peoples. Rick heads a group called People of the Sacred Land, which recently commissioned a study on just the losses in Colorado alone around loss of the buffalo, and it's hundreds of millions of dollars. They have an incredible report on their website where they've gone through that economic loss analysis. His son, Wombly Williams, is also part of our team, who spent his life working with buffalo. And we're trying to come together to present this opportunity to all those 28 tribes that have historic connections to Medno Zapata, to say, use the intertribal orgs that you've put together, both COLT and ITBC, or Section 17 corporations, ways that tribes have organized themselves, to empower those entities to go and execute on mission. Tribal leaders have a lot going on in their home communities, and it could be really hard to devote resources, time, and energy to projects that are outside of those immediate needs for your citizens, and to build something bigger. So that's the challenge that the tribal orgs have picked up now, to really build on that. The idea is that we will get co-stewardship over the 300,000 acres that form this area, and management over the herd, to build that herd out. One of the challenges that we're facing, though, is some culture clash within the different federal families that are part of the effort, who believe strongly in scientific parameters around what they're doing, that they have other jobs other than to just defer to indigenous knowledge and indigenous-led efforts. And there's a very significant conversation around genetic purity, which the tribes are strongly resisting, because everybody's got some non-buffalo genetics. A lot of conversation happening now around genetic diversity versus genetic purity, the rapid evolution of genetic science, what we might be able to do to increase the genetic diversity of the herd, such as introducing maybe 7 bulls from Yellowstone down, but a lot of very intense conversation around that, around what it could look like. And I really have to give credit to the Nature Conservancy's leadership. Carlos Fernandez is the president of TNC Colorado, a really incredible leader whose commitment has really been unwavering. And he has said he will hold the Medno Zapata Ranch and the herd for 300 years if he needs to, in order to make sure that this becomes an indigenous-led, indigenous stewarded area again. And we absolutely love TNC for that. They also are really focused on making sure the entire community effort is inclusive. There are a lot of Latinos who've been there for, they're newcomers. They've only been there about 600 years, but we're partnering really closely with the Latino community in Southwest Colorado to make sure that they're included in these efforts, that they have a long stewardship with this land as well, neighboring ranches. And what's been really incredible to see is how unified everyone is around this vision for making sure these buffalo are living freely on 300,000 acres with no fences, which are more of a suggestion for buffalo anyway, so that their hooves never touch a feedlot, so that we can treat them appropriately as relatives and let them spread out throughout the United States.
And, you know, when we did this presentation in Nevada, one of the first things that they talked about was to utilize the same thing for their indigenous foods. And so, you know, we wanted to bring this discussion here, and, you know, it may already be happening, but we're also live, so we're hoping that we can get tribal members and tribes to look at the opportunities of utilizing our own indigenous foods. When you were talking about our Wollacote, it was a cattle ranch, and they totally destroyed the grasslands. And one of the things we work with the World Wildlife Federation, USDA, when we brought the buffalo in, they went and they took samples all over prior to the buffalo. And then they started taking samples and pictures and stuff. And once they got that done, they started putting it together. And what we found out that not only did the grass grow back, but the sacred plants that we had for medicine started coming back. And then the indigenous animals that were there started coming back. So we basically were able to regenerate our ecosystem just by bringing the buffalo home. So I mean, there are so many important points that, and I'm really glad they were able to bring it up, that we're saying buffalo because it's our language, our land, it's who we are, but you have indigenous animals, you have indigenous plants that you can take and not only look at it, well, yeah, I mean, we need to be able to utilize it, because if we don't utilize it and we don't protect it, they're going to steal it. So, you know, that's what I thought was important. Yes, ma'am. Is it time for a question? It's time for a question.
So, I'm Janine, and before Fair Count, so my PhD is in ecology, evolution, and behavior. So I am an evolutionary biologist, and I also sit on the advisory board for the Smithsonian Mason School of Conservation. And a lot of the conversations that we're having, not just at SMSC, but in general, are conversations about the lack of indigenous knowledge in the conservation space and opportunities for indigenous people to have these jobs, to get the training. So for anyone up there, is any of the work that you're doing creating pipelines for indigenous scholars, right, to be on the front lines so that we stop having this vacuum of indigenous knowledge and using European knowledge to solve problems on lands that they haven't been stewarding for long enough?
So I'll answer that legally, and then they can answer it practically.
Great.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
And the Biden-Harris administration's policies on this have really opened the door to those opportunities, including President Biden's November 30, 2022 memorandum on the use of indigenous knowledge in federal decision-making. They're supposed to defer to it. It's supposed to be elevated, so in every agency decision, that should be there. Secretarial Order 3410, which is the Buffalo secretarial order that again says these should be indigenous-led efforts referring and incorporating indigenous knowledge. The Secretary's Grasslands Keystone Initiative on whole ecosystem restoration is another one. And then President Biden's Executive Order 14112, which is about restoring tribal economies and giving tribes better access to funding and finance in every way. And every federal agency's been compelled under that executive order to say, what can you do differently to make it easier for tribes to generate in economies? And that's gonna start with people, boots on the ground, engaged in work that they love, like being out on the land with buffalo.
So for us, from a grassroots point of view, you know, we do have the local community where we offer this to everybody. Our whole entire community, but also our neighboring, like sister tribes, you know, they come in, they take part, they see this, and that's how I met actually Dr. Holly Mackey, was when they came out for a visit with Secretary Holland. She came out and she actually attended a buffalo harvest with us, and so we're very open on a grassroots level to opening up that space to teach from the beginning of the harvest, whether that's, you know, going into sweat and nipi the night before to pray for our relatives, down to like actually processing the buffalo, because we harvest the buffalo, we butcher the buffalo, our relative, and then we'll take it and we'll process it through fully, you know, for the meat and stuff, so people can actually take this home and they can utilize it. But we leave that open, and we've had some pretty awesome people come take part in these harvests with us. And so we've always, you know, been really inviting, not just within our own community, but almost on a national level for other tribes, other tribal people, anyone who wants to come in and take part in this and to kind of start learning. And when we talk about other animals and stuff, like I automatically go to like salmon too, right? Salmon have their own rights just like buffalo do, you know? Buffalo have their own rights. And I think it was, I forget what river, it was the Columbia River, where they gave the rights of the river itself to be able to represent itself. And hopefully at some point in the future that we're able to do the same. And I may be wrong about that one, but I hope, you know, that in the future we're able to do that with the animals, with our relatives that we see fit, like the buffalo, you know, giving them the right to stand on their own, and we just be the stewards for them, for what they need, you know, land back, all of that stuff.
The first thought I had when you asked this question is, it's around our youth programs. So at Sichonguko, we have a number of youth programs, and one of them is our 7-Gen internship program that we do during the summer, and we started that about 5-6 years ago. And it's a partnership with our tribe's 477 program, their workforce development, Sichongo Nation Employment and Training Program. And one of the things we were able to do this last summer that I thought was amazing was co-stewardship with a couple of our surrounding, one was the Niobrara, what's their full name? Niobrara. They're a state conservancy in Nebraska. They're around the Niobrara, refuge. They're a wildlife refuge. There we go. That's the word for it. They also have a small buffalo herd, but we were able to send 20 of our 7-Gen youth interns over there, and they were able to, for a week or two, shadow the state park people, or the park people there, learn about what they do, how they do it, what they look for with conservation, with their animals. And then another one that they were working on was in Rapid City, I think with Custer State Park, somewhere around that area. And but this was the first time that we were able to do some type of opportunity like that with the parks, and that's all because of the co-stewardship work that was being led. Another key thing that we do is, like Madonna said, is our community harvests. And really, this buffalo work is, the heart of it is with the community. We wouldn't, the work with the Olympics wouldn't have started unless we started harvesting with the community and learning from our elders and learning from our youth how we can help each other harvest a buffalo. What does it actually take? And we, like the kids that are here, they've all been to a harvest. They've all done the work. They have little paring knives that they use. It took over 5-6 years for us to create a system that is the most efficient and the most welcoming and opening for our community members and for kids of all ages to be able to be a part of every stage of a harvest. It has taken this long. And one thing that I'm grateful for is being able to bring my family to these harvests. I have 4 siblings, and, well, I have 5 siblings, but 4 of them were at home, 1 of them was off. He's only a year younger than me, so, but he was off doing what he's doing. But the 4 younger ones, one of them went to Haskell for a year, and I remember when he was applying, I asked him what he wanted to do, and he said, well, I've been to a couple of the buffalo harvests, and I want to work with buffalo. But I also want to be a dietitian. How can I do both? Can I even do both? And he was so worried that he had to pick one or the other, and I was like, buffalo are the healthiest meat. You can do both. And he ended up, he started his journey in college, and he's still on that journey, but I was so happy that that's part of his interests now. Same thing with my 2 younger sisters. One is 10 years old and one is 13. The 13-year-old man, she can go through a whole buffalo quarter, no problem. I have a picture of her just sitting there, just cutting meat, and she loves it. And it's also part of something that she wants to do in the future. We have also worked with our BIE dormitory with a little over 100 of their students, from elementary to middle to high schoolers, and the staff, to plan a harvest from the start to the beginning with the staff, show them all the logistics, and then with the kids. During that time, I remember the little kids were like, I don't want to go back to school. I want to do this. Please don't make me go back to school. I want to stay. And it was great. And we do that with Boys and Girls Club. We do that with the community. We do it with other schools. And you can really tell that these kids, you can see that Lakota blood in them. And you can, also my grandmother, we're kids, and other hours. So, will the other right, and we're going to
There's cold bombs, having bombs, study around institutionalizing everything that indigenous knowledge tells us so that we can get more funding to support that in the future.
I just wanted to say too that in the research that's being done too, I went out, our relatives will actually need this done for them too, and that's part of the research that Holly and Jody are working on for the future of, finding out, how to keep our relatives healthy too, so then in turn when we harvest, it keeps us healthy. I think that, to me, that was one of the main, most interesting points, was that we have to remember to take care of them, to take care of us too.
Yeah, one of the things I wanted to mention was the idea with this project also is to have a bison university and to hook up with this engine and have people trained in all the disciplines connected to it. So that's one specific opportunity. But I also want to mention a larger one, which is that the native population is really young. Like across the country, I think Larry Wright had said, 3.2 million. The last census said 9.7 million that identify as indigenous. But the average age is like 22 or 23. So there's tons of opportunities, and as the bison return, I think that spark that they talked about is going to get people's interest. And then we really got to partner with all the tribal colleges and universities who serve a just incredible function for a lot of people, you know, that can't leave or don't want to leave. They want to just be home, and then they want to further their studies and use online tools. I think there's a lot of possibilities for this, and I think the last thing I'll say is that we have to decolonize our mind in order to re-accept the indigenous knowledge. And we have to help others through that process as well, which is kind of in the mental behavioral health area. Because when we decolonize our mind, then we can open up the world of possibilities. But if we're still thinking in the old way and we're stuck because of all the things that we talked about before in other panels, then it makes it more difficult. But I think as we do that, more and more people will have a lot of possibilities that didn't previously exist. So I think that's the path forward.
And for me, I just want to point out one more thing. So all the children sitting back there, they're from the immersion school. They're all siblings. And what I've found is that, you know, they teach each other. And so our son, he's been going to the immersion school for 5 years now. He's in 4th grade. And as Katrina stated, you know, we've taught them for the last 5 years how to do this work. And so now when they come in, they just have the knowledge of it. And within the school system, you know, they're teaching them